starting from product development. We develop new products, ideas, technologies, solutions, processes, and
Our goal today is to inspire you to explore the potential of scientific health ingredients in the global market, integrate you with leading scientific institutions and suppliers, and help you innovate your portfolio. As our conference slogan says, is innovate, integrate, inspire. My name is Marija Popović, and it is an honor to be your moderator for today's discussion. Here's a quick overview of today's program, which you can also find on the back on your ID cards. Opening remarks. We'll start with opening remarks and discuss opportunities in Southeast Europe. Innovative natural ingredients. Discover new and promising natural ingredients and their potential uses for health. New technologies. Explore the latest technology and technologies that are speeding up product development in pharmaceuticals, food, and cosmetics. Networking opportunities. Meet one-on-one with our speakers and attend a networking cocktail with industry leaders. We have an exciting agenda featuring distinguished speakers who will share valuable insight into the dynamic opportunities in this vibrant region. Before we start, here are a few important details. Lectures. All sessions will take place in this main hall. Please stay here for each presentation. Refreshments, coffee breaks, lunch, and the networking cocktail will be served in the areas directly behind and in front of conference hall. Feel free to help yourselves and use this time to network with fellow attendees. One-on-one meetings. Meetings with speakers will take place in the hall opposite this one. If you haven't scheduled a meeting yet, you can do so during coffee or lunch breaks at a registration desk outside this hall. The registration desk can also provide more information if you need it. Mobile phones. Please make sure your mobile phones are on silent mode to avoid disruption during the sessions. Technical support for online participants. If you encounter any technical issues, please use the help or support feature on the platform. Our team is available throughout the conference to assist you. We'll begin with a short film about our host company, Phytonet. Phytonet is a global provider of health-focused ingredients and innovative pharmaceuticals solutions. Founded in Zurich, Switzerland in 2009, Phytonet has expanded with offices in Serbia, Turkey, Singapore, Malaysia, and Korea. Let's watch the film to learn more about Phytonet's impactful work.
Innovation is the key ingredient in our success and is interwoven in everything we do, starting from product development.
We develop new products, ideas, technologies, solutions, processes, and approaches for every changing business needs and markets.
We don't just use, we create technical solutions to provide you with the highest quality products.
For all ingredients of our production process to work perfectly, we keep zero tolerance quality criteria from raw material to end product.
On every market we work in, we keep the highest regulatory criteria and provide solutions for all regulatory requirements.
We are a strong system where every cog and circuit work smoothly.
Every innovation requires precision and dedication to become a reality. We make ideas happen.
We are a creative company in the first place. From idea and product development to manufacturing and supply of a cutting-edge pharmaceutical solution, we find a place for innovation and new idea for every step in a process.
The first step towards success is defined by the selection of the right ingredient. High efficiency, clinical testing, and top-notch quality are merely the starting points. Each element is meticulously chosen, ensuring that together they create something greater than the sum of their parts.
Great mission of Phytonet, right? And thank you for watching this film. It's clear that Phytonet is the forefront of providing health-focused ingredients and cutting-edge pharmaceutical solutions on a global scale. Their growth and innovation since their founding in Zurich in 2008-2009 are truly remarkable. Now it's my pleasure to introduce you Dr. Cem Aydogan, Doctor of Medicine and Doctor of Biochemistry. Cem Aydogan, founder and CEO of Phytonet. Under Mr. Aydogan's leadership, Phytonet has expanded its global footprint and continued to drive advancement in the health and pharmaceutical sectors. Today, he will deliver the opening remarks and share valuable insight into Phytonet's strategic vision and developments shaping the future of the company. Please join me here on stage, and you join me here in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Cem Aydogan.
So, welcome, first, Your Excellency, Ambassador Ms. Molin. It's a pleasure to having you here, and we are honored also to have the Deputy Minister, Ms. Sokovic, Dr. Sokovic here. I would like to expand my gratitude and my welcome also to all participants of the Swiss Embassy, and I'm acknowledging that we have around 40 companies today attending, plus our key speakers will be our key suppliers coming around the world from Europe as well as from Canada and US. I hope that this platform, which is first of its kind, will be an annual repeated platform for everyone to introduce new ingredients. But let me, as we are gathering today together here, let me give you a little bit about our vision and mission, what we consider and why we started actually in the Balkan countries or in Serbia first. Our first goal was to establish a platform where we can supply ingredients to the Balkan market and expand it to ex-Yugoslavia and Southeast European markets. But moreover, we were striving by the idea to have innovation, to bring innovation into this territory. The next steps where we see ourselves is expanding out of these borders and bringing our new ingredients and ideas and innovation to neighboring countries. So this will be our next step in activities which we are foreseeing for the next years. Moreover, today we will talk about not only about ingredients, which you will see, but we will also see some qualities, because ingredients will be fact, and you will see that the suppliers will introduce to this. But I would like to talk a little bit about ingredients which you cannot find on a certificate of analysis or on a, let's say, MSDS. These are qualities which are helping us to cooperate with each other. One of these, or these, let's say, attributes and qualities are empathy. These are respect and mutual understanding. These are qualities which you never will find on technical documents, but are the mandatory and base for our cooperation. You will also see the qualities and the attributes like transparency, trust, and respect, which are helping us to navigate through challenging times. And what we expect is that all these qualities together with business opportunities will create a platform where we're all working together. But before I'm continuing, I would like to thank my own team, which make today's venue happen. Without them, I would be not here. Without them, this could not have been realized today. Thank you very much for coming.
Dr. Eidegan, thank you for your insightful opening remark. And we are continuing. Next, we are honored to welcome Dr. Marina Sokovic, Assistant Minister of Science, Technological Development and Innovation from the Republic of Serbia. Dr. Sokovic is recognized as one of the world's most cited scientists, ranking in the top 2% according to Stanford University. Her extensive experience in researching the biological activity of natural products and their health benefits has significantly contributed to the field. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Marina Sokovic.
Thank you for a nice word. You make me to become more red than I am. Respected host, dear Ms. Danilovic, respected Your Excellency, Ambassador of Switzerland, respected organizer of this conference and representative of Phytonet, Dr. Eidogan and Dr. Pavlovic, respected Ms. and President of Swiss and Serbian Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Govedarica, dear colleagues, representative of private sector, pharmaceutical sector, industry, and of course science, dear guests, it's a great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Ministry of Science, Technological Development and Innovation of the Republic of Serbia, and to bring you kind regards of our Minister, Dr. Jelena Begovic, and of course in my personal name. The means and the aim of this conference stay in these three words: innovate, integrate, and inspire. Luckily, Phytonet and the collaborator of this great company didn't stay only on words. You work a lot, and as I read, you already have very successful supplements and products. So we need to follow your steps and to integrate all of this private sector, industry, pharmaceutical sector, and of course science. Science needs to support you. Science needs to be in line with the needs of the society. And I think that science proved that we are here for you, for our society, and globally, not only in Serbia. And we can see that from the past time when Corona was here. And in any case, when some of the threats come, and in recent days, a lot of threats coming. So we proved that science is ready to be in the demand of the society, and not only to be scientists as the many people are thinking that science is just existing for the science. No, we are here for you. This conference is a really great opportunity to exchange ideas, to exchange knowledge, experience, and of course to make new collaboration and new results. And we are waiting for new results and to see what you will bring to us in the recent future, in the next steps of your work. I would like also to welcome you and to wish you successful work today and many new results, especially that this topic is connected with our health. As you heard, I'm coming from the similar field, and I'm really, really very happy that you organized this conference, and I'm expecting many of events in the near future. Thank you a lot, and all the best for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sokovic, for sharing your valuable perspective on Serbia's advancement in science and technology. We are also honored to have Her Excellency Anne Legon-Moline, Ambassador of Switzerland, with us today. Switzerland has been a key supporter of innovation and development in our region. Swiss investments, in particular, have greatly contributed to the development of the science and technology park where we are today, as well as Phytonet's manufacturing site backed by Swiss State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, SECO. It's my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Anne Legon-Moline, Ambassador of Switzerland. Please join me here on stage, Ambassador, and thank you for being with us.
Dear Assistant Minister Mrs. Sokovic, dear Dr. Aydogan, CEO of Phytonet, dear Representative President and Director of the Swiss Chamber of Commerce, dear ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, I'm very honored to be here today with you in this amazing environment of the Science and Technology Park in Belgrade. Thank you for hosting this event. I'm also quite new in the country. I've arrived in mid-August, and it's all the more a pleasure to be with you and to know what's going on in this field in Serbia. I would like to congratulate Phytonet for organizing today's conference in collaboration with the Institute of Molecular Genetics and Genetics Engineering, and as well as the Swiss Serbian Chamber of Commerce. It is indeed great that Phytonet, headquartered in Switzerland, has extended its operation to Serbia with a research and product development department in the Science and Technology Park. Phytonet had also expanded its activities in Serbia with a new manufacturing site in Simanovci. This shows how Serbia is identified as a leader center for foreign companies when it comes to innovation and production. These events mark another milestone in the development of the Southeast European market for innovative health ingredients, and I hope that it will foster exchanges and contribute to the advancement of this industry in Serbia and beyond. Now, a couple of words about my country and its innovation records and ecosystem. According to the World Intellectual Property Organization, the Global Innovation Index for 2023 ranks Switzerland once again as top country in the world for the 13th times in the consecutive series. In the European Innovation Scoreboard 2024, Switzerland has finished ahead of all 27 EU member states and a selection of non-EU countries. And this again, since a few years we are at the top of this innovation. With an improvement of 1.9% points versus the prior year, Switzerland tops the rankings of the most innovative European countries. We are in good company here in Serbia, as your country, Serbia, has been placed lately among the most successful countries in the world in terms of information security and advanced level of cyber security, for example, by ITU. Our results in Switzerland doesn't come by chance. It comes because our system is very much thrilled by R&D expenditures in my country. We have almost 3% of our GDP invested in research and development, partly from the public sector, partly from the private sector. State institutions at all political levels ensure a fertile ground for excellent research and successful innovation, such as the quality of education at all levels and a reliable political and legal environment. In addition, the government invests in research in the Federal Institutes of Technologies, both in Lausanne and Zurich, and at universities. But applied research and development and the transfer of knowledge into marketable innovations, however, is primarily the domain of the private sector and universities of applied sciences. But we also recognize the leading countries around us, and Serbia is fast becoming one of the leading centers for technological entrepreneurship in Europe, with a very strong commitment from the government to accelerate growth based on innovation. And this is why we had, as was said before, significantly contributed to this development here through a partnership with the Science and Technology Park in Belgrade, lasting now for almost a decade. And we gave financial support to early stage startups developments here. This event is a testimony of how important it is to have such professionally managed innovation system actors, such as this Science and Technology Park. And just to give you a little idea of the economic footprint of Switzerland in Serbia, we have 550 companies, Swiss companies here registered in Serbia, and we are the 4th top countries when it comes to exchange of services between Switzerland and Serbia. So we are really recognizing this role. Our economic actors are really observing what's going on and are willing to invest. And again, thank you very much to Phytonet for having started already quite a few years ago and now making this knowledge available to others. In addition to that support to the park, we have the Swiss Entrepreneurship Program active in Serbia since 2015, and we provide through this project available international expertise and networks to actors of the innovation ecosystem to further strengthen their performance, improve their programs, and enable them to provide high-value services to their entrepreneurs. Let me now finish by mentioning an important event that will take place at the end of the year at the initiative of Excellency the Minister of Science and Innovation. There will be the so-called Serbia-Switzerland Tech Innovation Forum, which will take place on the 11th of December at the Palace of Serbia. It is an initiative of the ministry, but of course Switzerland is also helping to attract a lot of audience and also key speakers coming from Switzerland. And I would like to thank Minister Begovic for her leadership and enthusiasm in pushing this project forward and for organizing this forum at the end of the year. And I hope many of you may be able to participate in this important event. With those concluding remarks, thank you once again to all the organizers, Phytonet, the Serbian Chamber of Commerce, the Technology Park for hosting these important conferences, and I hope you'll have very fruitful exchanges and discussion among yourselves, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Her Excellency Anne Lugon Moulin, for her support, for her invaluable insight, and for highlighting the positive impact of Swiss investments in our region. It's my pleasure to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Dr. Ana Govedarica, President of the Swiss-Serbian Chamber of Commerce and General Manager of Roche. In her dual roles, Dr. Ana Govedarica stands at the intersection in international business and pharmaceutical innovation, leading Roche, a global leader in pharmaceutical industry, and as a key figure in Swiss-Serbian economic relations. Dr. Govedarica brings a unique perspective on how international businesses and healthcare connect. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ana Govedarica. Thank you.
Mrs. Sokovic, Your Excellency, Ambassador, Mr. CEO of Phytonet, it's really my great pleasure to be at this conference because, I am the President of the Swiss-Serbian Chamber of Commerce and Phytonet is our golden sponsor, so it's really my great pleasure to be here. But from one side, but from the another side, coming from the healthcare, coming from the long running years, in this part of the human industry, it's a health-related issues. I am really honored to address the gathering of all professionals and innovators shaping the future of healthcare industry in our country. So very I'm so happy that you really choose between all the countries, to place your start here, Phytonet. So we will support you, as much as we can. Switzerland and Serbia share a relationship built on a mutual respect, shared values, and a vision for a prosperous future. Today, I want to discuss how innovation bridges of two countries and nations even can go further and grow further for the growth of the GDP, not from the Switzerland aspect, but also from our Serbian aspect, and for the whole, business climate and well-being of the citizens from the both countries. As Your Excellency said about the Switzerland innovation, I have also this that Roche is a part of Switzerland, and really we are so proud working in the environment that really values innovation. So for the consecutive 13 years, the World Innovation Champion holds the position in Switzerland. I think it's really how emphasizing the local climate of Switzerland, how they are fostering, and bringing, the top-down, the innovation from each and every level of the stakeholder management in Switzerland. And having remembered that 30% of the total GDP goes to the innovation, I think we have to discuss with our government to really change slightly their horizon of our national budget in terms of the science. But, hold the gears, so we will fight for that. At the same time, Serbia is making significant strides in building a knowledge-based economy founded on science and innovation. Investment in research and development are leading to breakthroughs in fields like information technology, agriculture, and healthcare. The establishment of science and technology parks in Belgrade, Novi Sad, Niš, Kragujevac, I think, really emphasize Serbia's commitment to fostering innovation and entrepreneurship. Innovation is the heart of the Swiss-Serbian Chamber of Commerce. We do not have 500, companies around, but, we are aiming to double. Now we have 70 members in our chamber. We strive to present the best Swiss practices in innovation and contribute to developing economic relationship between two countries. The chamber serves as a catalyst for collaboration, creating an environment where ideas can flourish and become real-world solutions. As we celebrate as a chamber 10 years this year of our existence here, so we are quite young chamber comparing to the other chambers here working in Serbia, but it is important to recognize that real potential lies in individuals engaged around a common goal. Allow me to highlight two exemplary figures, one Swiss, one Serbian. We have made significant strides throughout their dedication. Firstly, Dr. Bertrand Piccard, a Swiss explorer known for his pioneering efforts in renewable energy, notability in Solar Impulse project, the first successful around-the-world solar-powered flight. His vision has inspired a global movement towards sustainable technologies. From Serbia, we honor Milutin Milankovic, a mathematician, astronomer, geophysician, and his work as the Milankovic cycles explained how variation in Earth orbit until results in significant climate changes. His research profoundly influenced our human, not Serbian, understanding of climate science today. So these individuals shown how passion and innovation can lead to advancement benefiting society as a whole. They remind us how the people, the innovators, and the thinkers who drive the progress. Once again, welcome in Serbia. Today, the chamber is infused with a new energy. Today, chamber, Swiss-Serbian, is infused with a new energy. Hold this statement. We are more committed than ever to fostering collaboration and innovation between two countries. We have launched initiatives to support startups, facilitate technology transfers, and promote sustainable business practices. My personal vision for the chamber is to become a bridge of innovation and prosperity connecting our two countries. I want us to build a new platform, a transferring knowledge, ideas, and experiences stimulating growth and development in both countries and economies. Imagine a network share a Serbian biotech startup collaborate with the Swiss researchers to develop a groundbreaking therapy, or Swiss environmental technologies enhance sustainability in Serbian agriculture. By facilitating such connections, we foster economic growth and contribute to solving global challenges. At Roche, innovation is our cornerstone, founding over 128 years, and we have been a front runner in medical advancement, pioneering breakthrough in oncology, immunology, infectious diseases, and personalized healthcare. Our commitment in research and development in Serbia to contribute and change local ecosystem remains profoundly important. We collaborate with the Serbian institutions to conduct clinical trials, research projects involving hundreds of patients across various therapeutic areas. This brings early access to innovative treatments, advanced medical science builds capacity among healthcare professionals and contribute economically. I look forward to discovering Phytonet's achievements in developing premier healthcare ingredients and their contributing to improving healthcare and well-being across Europe and, as I learned, across the world footprint. In the closing, I emphasize the immense potential in collaboration between Switzerland and Serbia. By leveraging our shared commitment to innovation and excellence, we can create a brighter, healthier future for all. Let us seize the opportunities ahead, build bridges of knowledge and understanding, and work together towards common goals. Thank you for your attention, and I'm really looking for the partnering and wish you all success here on the ground. So thank you very much on behalf of the Swiss Serbian Chambers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Govedarica. It was really insightful presentation and your ongoing contribution to both the pharmaceutical industry and to the strengthening of Swiss-Serbian economic relationships. Next, we are honored to welcome Dr. Sanja Jeremic, Deputy Director of the Institute of Molecular Genetics and Genetic Engineering, IMGGE. IMGGE is one of the leading institutions in molecular genetics, which plays a key role in advancing genetic engineering research and which turns research breakthroughs into practical and impactful solutions through cooperation with industry. Phytonet's had the privilege of long-standing collaboration with IMGGE, working together on innovative solutions such as cannabidiol, Hiderophilus, and Liverdophilus, which will be presented separately during the conference. Let's give a great welcome to Dr. Jeremic. Here you are.
Dear collaborators, dear colleagues, and dear friends, it is my great pleasure to welcome you today on behalf of the Institute of Molecular Genetics and Genetic Engineering, one of the co-organizers of this event. First, I would like to thank you all for accepting the invitation and joining us today here, therefore significantly contributing to strengthening strategic networking and fostering further collaboration between research, medical institutions, and pharmaceutical sector. It is truly encouraging to see a growing number of events like this one. I firmly believe that the application of innovative solutions, but the ones that are grounded in fundamental research, has the potential to positively impact the whole society and economy. Moreover, responding to needs and challenges that are identified by industrial stakeholders often drives scientists to pursue new research opportunities. Our institute recognizes fundamental research in molecular and cell biology as our most important activity. So by keeping up with emerging trends in basic science and by applying cutting-edge technologies, we aim to make significant contribution to addressing global challenges. Nevertheless, we also recognize the importance of technology transfer and developing innovative application of our research outcomes in biomedicine and biotechnology. We are confident that through responsible science and creative ideas, we really can play a leading role in improving human health and protecting the environment. Our vision is to evolve as a trusted partner, not only in scientific, but also industrial collaborations. Finally, I would like to highlight that IMGG, our institute, as a conceptual and creative force behind Bio4 Campus, really understands the importance of building the complex ecosystem based on knowledge, innovation, and business. And we believe in promoting networking as the major powerful tool of the whole society for the future progress. I really hope that gatherings like this will become a daily routine within Bio4 Campus, and until then, I would like to wish you a successful day. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Jeremic, for your valuable presentation and for your continued collaboration which drives progress in our field. We are also joined by Mrs. Gordana Danilović-Grković, Director of the Science and Technology Park, where our conference is being held and where Phytonet is based. Under Mrs. Gordana Danilović-Grković leadership, the Science and Technology Park has become a hub of innovation and thriving environment for cutting-edge research and technological advancement. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Gordana Danilović-Grković.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Your Excellency, dear Marina, dear Anna, our dear Phytonet, dear colleagues and friends. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all on behalf of Science Technology Park Belgrade. Since its establishment in 2015, Science Technology Park Belgrade is supporting innovative startups and tech companies in innovation development and commercialization by providing need-based set of infrastructure and business support services. We are working very hard in creating an innovation community and encourage young people to gain this specific knowledge and embrace technological entrepreneurship. On this road, we haven't been alone. The support of the Swiss government has been a turning point for our development. We had the opportunity to develop successful organization and demonstrate that it is possible to do this in Serbia, in this region. Since its establishment, STP Belgrade supported more than 230 innovative companies, and we proudly say that Phytonet is one of our best companies. Phytonet is an excellent example, excellent team of brilliant and developed professionals willing to share and help us to build better innovative community. Not to take more of the time, I wish you good work today and pleasant stay in our premises. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Danilović-Grković. It was really inspiring presentation, and thank you for your dedicated efforts to support the growth of all companies within the Science and Technology Park. Our final speaker for the first part of conference is Mr. Vladislav Cvetković, Director at PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers. Mr. Cvetković brings extensive knowledge and insight into the economic landscape of Southeast Europe. His role at PwC has given him a deep understanding of opportunities and challenges within the dynamic and evolving region. Join me in giving a hearty welcome to Mr. Vladislav Cvetković. Here you are.
Hello everyone, it's really a pleasure to be among this very enthusiastic crowd. I come from a different background. I'm from a business. I come from PwC, which is basically a global leader in providing services to companies, to private sector, but also to public sector and to governments, to local communities, solving their problems. And I'm really, really honored to be here today because I am personally very, very much in favor of the topics that are going to be discussed today and later on during the conference. I'm an avid supporter of healthy life, and I think that the industry, which is basically what I'm going to talk about a little bit, is going to be strongly developing into the arena of intertwining the pharmaceutical developments alongside with the fast-moving consumer goods improvements for the benefit of the health of all of us. So I think this is really an interesting time that we are living, and I would be sharing with you just a short presentation, not too long, and highlighting some of the sort of market trends in this industry, because I believe there are also people from business side today on this conference. So I just need some assistance to start driving the presentation, if possible. I don't know whether there is a technician somewhere, how to present it. It's here on the screen, but I cannot see it here. So if here you go. Oh, voila. So as I said, it is really an opportunity for us to look into some of the market trends when it comes to health ingredients and all the substances that are really increasing the quality of our life, that are slowly but surely becoming the part of almost everything that we consume. And I will basically give you a little bit of the overview of that segment of what's going on in the business. So basically, specialty food ingredients, which is a common denominator for all the food supplements, being that it's on the healthy side of or increasing the quality of our sensory experience when consuming food, is actually when you look in the business component of costs of production of FMCG products, everything that we are basically buying on the shelves of supermarkets, it's between 2 and 10% of product costs. So these sensory and functional ingredients are really critical, and these are the products which are really making the difference when it comes to people choosing one or the other product on the shelf. And not only because of the sensory, but also because of the more and more awareness is given to the health factors. And this is actually where we are now discussing today the breakthroughs in science and technology, which enables us to embed these substances into our products that we are consuming daily. A few more words I will basically spend on saying that this is a growing industry. This is an industry which is currently at 115 billion. And there are many players who are now sort of working in improving the connections between the ecosystem around the producers of supplements and the final products which are going to the market. And it is a growing market of 6.5% projected in the next couple of years. So functional ingredients are really projected to grow fast in the coming period. I will go straight to some of the slides in my presentation for the sake of time. So basically what I was saying is that these components, they only are 2 to 10% of total ingredients of all the costs of production, but they are making a lot of difference to the audience and to the consumers, because these are critical factors which include flavor, sweetness, color, nutrition, health, all these factors, and we are obviously now very much focused on nutrition and health benefits of some of the ingredients which are making their way into more common products and the products we have always known as very simple, or we have been enjoying them for very many years. So specialty ingredients are a growing category in the business context of very many innovative companies who are traditional by its nature, either FMCG, confectionery, dairy products, everything that we are now more and more witnessing on the shelves, that there are healthy components included in the day-to-day food. When it comes to markets, it's growing basically everywhere. The fastest growing rate of inclusion of healthy ingredients is Asia and Pacific, because these regions are now growing very strongly. And the second largest market is North America. But basically, if you see these graphs, and this is the forecast projection of 6.5% growth in the next couple of years, 5 years to be precise, it is actually visible that all the regions are very much growing into involving healthy ingredients into their production of common products and some innovative products that we are all consuming. So just a few words, when we are discussing this in the context of business, you have sensory and you have functional ingredients. And basically sensory are the ones which enhance taste, smell, flavor, and texture of the food products, which is not today something which we will discuss, but obviously we will be focusing more onto the functional ingredients, which are changing the health and improving something within our bodies. So the nutritional elements of the food, which we are already seeing very much on the market, it's antioxidants, preservatives, vitamins, minerals, prebiotics, probiotics, and dietary fibers. So these are, when you look at the market, these are the categories that everybody is now striving to more involve into their business models and into the products which are being derived to the more and more demanding habits of population of 21st century. So a few more illustrations of basically specialty food ingredients in market size. Functional ingredients are also, as you can see, growing faster than the sensory. And the post-COVID time, which we are now basically witnessing this ramping up of people becoming more aware of the quality of food which contributes to their general health. I think this is really also contributing to all of us being more aware that health issues are also very much associated with what we eat and how we eat. So this is something which the COVID already has highlighted in our lives. So we are moving slowly but surely and with rapid pace into really becoming much more aware of how we consume food and what is really included in what we consume. So this is a trend which I'm sure will be marking the period which we are going to witness in the next decades. A few more illustrations. Vitamins, antioxidants, and prebiotics are basically outperforming the other sort of components of healthy food ingredients. So this is just the size of the growth of some of these categories. Again, to illustrate how much more we are aware of need to really pay attention to what we consume and how we consume it. And maybe this will not be so much focus of my presentation because my colleagues from PwC have presented this reflecting the global scale. We did not have the results to integrate the pharmaceutical and intertwining of the consumption when it comes to some of the pharmaceutical side as compared to food side, but basically, as we all know, we consume food on a daily basis, but many of us are more onboarded on some of the products which are coming from the pharmaceutical side. So this is mostly focusing on the food side and FMCG. Basically, the growth of these products is driven by lifestyle in consumers and preferences towards these healthy ingredients. So trends are healthy and sustainable lifestyle. Clean label, people are really preferring to know what's included. So the label should be really indicating what kind of ingredients are included in the packaged goods which are on the shelves, and more inclination to go towards plant-based proteins. And when it comes to research and developments, and you can see these little arrows here, which indicate what is driving the trends and what is sort of affecting the whole industry. Research and development, obviously, which Phytonet is absolutely the leader in demonstrating how quality of work they are presenting to what they produce. Product innovation, that's critical, and the only sort of downside, which is the red dot here, is the global trend towards cost optimization. So basically, with the increase of of the 80 or 90% of the food components in the cost structure, the typical flour, sugar, and everything else that is really the basic production of food, then the producers are really striving to reduce this cost. So this may negatively affect the raw materials which are coming from the more expensive side, which are obviously needed to balance the negative effects of the basic ingredients. So policy and regulation also, it is going slowly but surely into the direction of clearly identifying, marking what is healthy and how, not to sort of basically do the greenwashing, so to speak, into presenting something as a healthy ingredient, whereas it actually does not really have all these healthy benefits for us. So this is, the regulation is slowly evolving, and it is going to be probably developed in the next years. So this is definitely a trend, and demand for this specific ingredient is obviously driven by consumer trends. And these are typically the areas where the healthy ingredients are more involved than the others. So dairy products, obviously, baked goods, the snacks that we indulge ourselves with every day, which is like the sweets and snacks. Ready meals, healthy snacks, as we are witnessing all the shelves. And also in the beverage side, this is alcoholic drinks and soft drinks. So you can see here a couple of sort of examples of what are the substances and the health ingredients that are typically involved in this kind of products. I will skip that. This is just another illustration of the segment growth. But this is, maybe I will just spend a minute on this slide, how the business sort of ecosystem is tackling these health ingredients. Basically, you have a couple of sort of blocks of business players in this segment. You have the raw material producers, which is basically the producers of grains and basic commodities, which are fundamentally important for the food production. And you have the chemical producing companies, which are now intertwining and going into one another sort of territory on the market. All with the aim to either integrate backwards when it comes to specialty ingredients producers. They are sort of going up the value stream and securing that the producer of basic raw materials are providing the quality needed. As well, you have another trend, which is basically forward integration to capture more value and to integrate all this into one business model. And at the end of the value chain, you have food and beverage and health and beauty and personal care sort of brands that are bringing those products to the market. So it is really evolving. It is going in a direction of more cooperation, more trade, more exchange of technology back and forth, all with a view to really deliver the product which will be recognizable and products which are taken as really a healthy products for all of us. So again, few more illustrations of how this ecosystem is evolving, where are the gross margins and who is growing in which segment. I will not spend too much time because this is a little bit more technical, but the success factors to achieving growth ahead of the market, it's basically for everybody who's involved in this industry, and not only the producers which are mentioned, the basic producers of raw materials, the chemical and the healthy production companies. Everybody needs to be aware of basically where is the winning factor for bringing this to the consumers. It's broadening the portfolio to be one-stop shop for the customers and the ability to cross-sell and increase importance to the customers. Presence in emerging markets, because as we know, emerging markets are really growing, and I think we also can include Serbia in the markets, which is growing strongly into this awareness about the healthy ingredients. Integration with customers and in the formulation process, new product development, access to raw materials and new technology. These are really the key factors to developing this and integrating into final products. Again, not too much time to spend on these figures. There are a lot of sort of business M&A activity and exchange of technology by combining the knowledge and that some companies had in one segment with companies that are involved in other segments. So we have witnessed a large number of transactions where basically players from different industries are combining their efforts and combining their business going forward with the view to develop more quality market presence. Even more so, just illustration for those who are familiar with sort of transaction values, 15 times EBITDA, it's a very high valuation. So basically, a lot of companies who are involved in this kind of business, they tend to be integrated into M&A, into mergers and acquisitions with another larger companies or whatever the structure is, with very high valuations. So it's really an indication that this is an industry which is really having a lot of prospects. So I'm not sharing now the credentials that we have been doing in the PwC. This is more or less what I wanted to share with you at the onset of this conference. So once again, it's a great pleasure to be here and to engage in the discussions that we will have today. So thank you, organizers, thank you, Phytonet, and thank you, everybody, for the invitation.
Thank you, Mr. Cvetkovic, for your insightful presentation. As we conclude the opening remarks and opportunities in Southeast Europe session, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of our distinguished speakers. Your contributions have provided valuable insights that will surely enrich our discussions throughout the conference. We will now take a short 15-minute break for coffee and refreshments. During this time, you can also try our natural product for focus and concentration dynamic. Please return to the conference room by 11:30 for the continuation of our program. Thank you all once again. See you shortly, sharp 11:30. Please take your seats. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the coffee break. And this session is going to be very interesting. In the second part of our conference, we will focus on innovating ingredients. The presentation will showcase cutting-edge natural ingredients backed by clinical results along with their potential applications for various health benefits. Before we begin, there are a few reminders. Timing. Each speaker will have about 15 minutes for their presentation, followed by a 5-minute Q&A session. Questions? Your questions are welcome. We will address as many as possible during the Q&A. For our online participants, you can use the chat or Q&A function to ask questions or share comments. One-on-one meetings. If you haven't already scheduled one-on-one meeting with our speakers, you can arrange them during the lunch break at the registration desk outside this hall. Now, without further delay, let's get started. Our first speaker is Dr. Bojan Pavlović, Chief Operating Officer in Phytonet and Executive Director of Phytonet Serbia. Dr. Pavlović is an expert in product development and manufacturing, particularly in innovative probiotics solutions. In his presentation, Hierodophilus Liverdophilus, Challenges in Product Development and Manufacturing, Dr. Pavlović will discuss the complexities and advancements in these groundbreaking probiotics. Phytonet, in collaboration with the Institute of Molecular Genetics and Genetic Engineering, IMGGE, and the Institute for Biological Research, Siniša Stanković, has successfully developed these autochthonous probiotic strains and solutions which support gut and liver health. Please join me in warm welcoming Dr. Bojan Pavlović. Here you are.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Dear guests, dear colleagues, collaborators, and our dearest friends in the business and out of business, welcome. Thank you for sharing your precious time with me and my team to welcome you in this presentation. I will like to introduce challenges which we have as developers, product developers and manufacturers in our process of creating very interesting products for our partners and customers and for the markets we are active in. I will briefly guide you through what Phytonet as a Swiss-based company with global reach is. And I would like to introduce our products, Hierodophilus, Canberra and Liverdophilus, to you so that we have a clear discussion and intensifying discussion about the products that we as Serbia and we as competent people and scientists can offer to the global markets. My friend Lydia from IMGGE will give you detailed explanation about the Canberra, and I will focus on Hierodophilus liverdophilus. So Phytonet is a global positioned company. We have headquarters in Zurich, from where we are focused on European Near East and Far East markets. We have a global network of offices in Istanbul, Singapore, Manila, Seoul, and a very good partner company in Japan. We are distributing smart ingredients worldwide, and our Serbian division, which I am leading with the unbelievable help and support of 10 magnificent women. These are all ladies that are integrating their knowledge, soul, and dedication in getting Phytonet big and strong company. When we say smart ingredients, we are dealing with ingredients that have a good clinical trial conducted on them, have a good patent or a strong EFSA health claim, and it is preferable that the ingredient has all three of these characteristics, and with this kind of ingredients it's magnificently easy to formulate scientifically proven product and to advocate these effects of these and such products to the key opinion leaders and to the final consumers and patients. So what are the Phytonet's unique strengths? These are full service, contract development and manufacturing, so from the concept to the finished product. We have experts in key markets that can identify local trends. We have the ability to set trends and to sense trends through our Swiss head office. And we are cooperating with the major pharmaceutical companies in the region where we are active, and this is Southeast Europe. So these local trends are extremely important to be identified. We are, as said, using our head office and the branch of our offices worldwide. We are identifying companies, and these companies does not need to be super big or super successful. It is important that they are fast runners, they are in exponential growth, they are motivated to articulate our science and knowledge into the marketing messages. So our colleagues from the head office and worldwide are helping to identify these local trends, and then we together exploit them in formulating the perfect products for a particular market and need. So our Serbian operation consists of 60 employees, including these 10 highly qualified pharmacists and technologists. As said, they are ladies. Core of our Phytonet development team sits in Serbia, and Serbia is the only place where we are doing development and production. We are leveraging Serbia's scientific institutes and expertise, and we are strengthening local innovation potential, and we are increasing our competitiveness. Scientific institution and academic surrounding in Serbia is unbelievably exaggerated, and it is actually a system which is projected for a market of approximately 30 million people, and it is addressing this market. Even though we had this disintegration after what happened at the end of last centuries, but still this is unbelievable potential that need and should be articulated in applied research, which is grounded deeply through fundamental research, as our colleagues from IMGG explained. So regarding Hieradophilus, this is first Balkan probiotic, which was and is developed from indigenous bacterial strains. We did this in the collaboration with the Institute of Molecular Genetics and Genetic Engineering, IMGGE. Through this development, we were focused on preserving biodiversity of the products that are used as probiotics on the market and probiotic niches, and we were strongly backed up by our Serbian government and EU funds for these R&D projects. So this collaboration with the IMGGE, I need to explain this maybe a little bit more picturesque. So can you imagine 40, 50 years ago, when molecular genetics and genetic engineering was born as a science, only a few years later, people, very smart people from Serbian academia and academia from science and art, created IMGGE. And they created several departments. One of these departments was the Department for Prokaryotic Microorganisms, and they sent this unbelievable, it's again a very huge group of ladies, almost more than 100 PhDs at the professor level. They went around Balkan Peninsula and Southeast Europe, sampled probiotics from anything that could contain probiotic, from the squab of the mouth of newborn babies, meconium during the first stool of baby, milk of the mother that are breastfeeding without using of antibiotics and hormones. And they created a huge database which was dedicatedly and methodically screened for the highest bioactivity for a certain application of these strains. In their huge work, which lasted almost 30 years, they identified 3 superior strains which are, except the fact that they are originating from this microbiological and probiotic niche, they exert extremely anti-clostridial action. This anti-clostridial action can be used to prevent superinfection and infection of Clostridia, which are a huge problem in hospitals as opportunistic infection in human, but also in animal husbandry, because newborn cattle also have a huge problem with different but Clostridial infection. We started this project 5 years ago. Huge investment from EU funds and Serbian funds was there, and at the level, at the moment when we started, the strains were just frozen in liquid nitrogen in Eppendorf. So we went together through fermentation, lyophilization, and now we are ready for commercialization. So Hiradophilus will be launched by the end of this year, and we are happy to offer this as a know-how for the world. What were the challenges in product development? We can identify several: formulating nutraceuticals with smart ingredients, meeting criteria, clinical efficacy, patents, EFSA-held claims, which was already part of initial screening when we are looking for these smart ingredients. And what we need to do usually is to balance innovation and market demands. Through this process, we are easily integrating academic research into highly successful commercial products. It is a tricky process because you need to identify what is innovative, but on the other side, market needs to be ready for this kind of innovation. If not, then you are too early and easily you can be too late. And regarding academia, academia is full of people who are capable to do groundbreaking fundamental research, but also are capable of thinking about spin-offs and startups and to do applied research and development. Usually we take 2-track system. Either we identify a problem and then they are going through their libraries and trying to find solution for this problem, which is a preferred way, or we identify a solution and then we see where is the problem that we can treat with this solution. Both things are possible, and we are strongly trying to generate this entrepreneurship initiative on the institutes, because if you look for the statistics, only 10% of world population is capable to create entrepreneurship thinking patterns, and only 1% of the total population is capable to create a successful entrepreneurship startups. So if you look at that way, you have less people capable to run their own company successfully than Mensa members in the world. So we as a society, not only Serbian society, but global society, we are obligated to support this kind of thinking. When these kind of processes are backed up by financial institutions, that is a best recipe for success, and thank you very much for this. Manufacturing challenges which we went through and which we are going every time we are developing products for the market are scaling up from ground zero to the production, implementing specialized technologies. QC and QA is very important for the consistency of the this process, and we need to adopt diverse market requirements across global territories. It's not the same if you're launching product in Europe or in Asia. Stability profiles are different, expectations from the people are different. For example, Europeans try to get their skin tanned, Asian hate sun and try to be as white as possible, so you need to adopt the local strategies, and we are experts in articulating this kind of questions. I will give you a simple example how our job in development was backed up by academia again. During the fermentation phase, we had unsolvable problem. This was that one of the strain just refused to produce enough CFU count per gram. We had a huge biomass, huge mass of bacteria, but not enough biomass, so the fermentation side just stopped. But IMGGE identified a problem that our strain needs a lower pH, a more acidic environment, and this was just neglected by the second step. So they intervened, solved the problem, so they are a key and integral factor in this creative thinking and development of the products. Cross-cutting challenges is a coordinating of global team and local market insight. We need to make a fine balance between cost and effectiveness of our product innovation. We need to navigate, often we navigate through very dense and confusing regulatory landscape in different countries, so our regulatory department is very important in this process, and we need to manage partnership with major pharmaceutical companies. This sometimes is extremely challenging because pharmaceutical companies, particularly big pharmaceutical companies, have everything they need. They have their own R&D, their own production, everything is there. What is missing sometimes is flexibility and problems in expectation between marketing and R&D department. Phytonet jumps in to try to facilitate this communication, and then we have a winning combination. So Phytonet can, for our customers, prepare any kind of marketing idea to transfer into successful product. And we proved this numerous times, and we are so proud when we turn on TV and see one of the products that we developed, we are producing. The only complaints are coming from my son. He said, "This is not fair, Dad, because they are not mentioning you." But, you know, we are preferring to be behind and to work as a partners with our company on every market. Strategies for success are actually, as I said, utilizing Serbian scientific community and institutes, grossly oversized and overbuilt. And it seems to me now that coming this fourth industrial revolution is a perfect time that we use our institutes like IMGGE and Sinisa Stankovic to drive and force new innovation to the market. Continuous innovation, identifying and development of smart ingredients. We are very good in leveraging governmental incentives. For example, our government built Science and Technology Park, and now all the efforts are to create a Bio4, which will be a hub and incubator for biotech starting company. This is attracting international and local interest for startups, spin-offs, and also R&D departments of big pharma companies in Serbia. And we are acting as a catalyst because local expertise and global markets and global innovation from one side and local markets. You will meet all of our friends, I can say this way. These are our suppliers of extremely innovative ingredients. We are carefully choosing which company we are introducing to our partners in the local markets, because every time it's unbelievably important that once we create a product, we can stand up in front of our partner in Serbia or in Southeast Europe and their key opinion leaders and explain why the product is working the way we are claiming it is working. So good science and huge intellectual knowledge in our supplier's product is key and detrimental factor that we can do our job together to formulate the finished product or to help our customer formulate by themselves. Future outlooks, I think they look quite good. We are leveraging the global innovation, and we are trying to strengthen the local markets and markets we are active on. We will further utilize Serbian scientific expertise for the global products and global penetration markets. We are happy for the upcoming international conferences and showcases, just like this one, where we will advocate use of smart ingredients instead of use some other ingredients, because you know it's easy to formulate cheap and non-effective products. If you invest enough marketing money, you can sell everything, but these smart ingredients are actually making world a better place and health of our patients and customer a better health. Continued focus on probiotics and biodiversity preservation and expanding global markets at present. I am happy to tell you that with our colleagues from IMGGE, we did not stop after we created Hiradophilus. Colleagues from the Institute Siniša Stanković and IMGGE jointly continued exploration of the activities of our strains and identified that one of them is very effective in preventing non-alcoholic liver damage. And this is our new product. 3 weeks ago, we submitted a patent application, and 2 days ago, we submitted for a trademark protection. So Liverdophilus will be our next, hopefully, successful product, and we are proudly working together with our colleagues from the science background, and we are so grateful for their continuous support. As a conclusion, I would say that the products that we can offer from Serbia to world as a market is a testament of Phytonet innovation in our business approach. And I need to emphasize our dedication to act as a bridge to connect local knowledge with global markets from one side, and global innovation and the trend that we are sensing through the central office cooperation with all key players in the world market, with the local markets and the countries where we are active in. Thank you so much for your time, and see you through the conference.
Please stay. It is time for Q&A. Yeah, thank you. Thank you one more time for your insightful presentation on the challenges and innovation in developing and manufacturing Hiradophilus and Liverdophilus. It is exciting to hear about the successful formulation of these autochthonous probiotic strains. Now it's time for questions. Be free to ask your question after you introduce yourself with your name and your company. Here you are.
A microphone.
Hello, Greg Cumberford with Nature's Crops. Is the anti-clostridial activity that you found in the Hiradophilus, is it a direct activity or is it a mediated activity through other commensal bacteria in the gut?
Yep.
Could you just introduce yourself, please?
Yeah,
I did.
He did, yeah. Yeah, thank you very much for the question. So the answer is that further tests are needed to be concluded, but what we see is that we have a mixed action. So both direct inhibition of growth zone of some pathogen bacteria. We try to identify what is happening. Are there some bacteriocin-like inhibitory substances or maybe direct mediation? So we run a few dozens of tests. It seems that it's worked both ways, and particularly we went a step further. We are investigating the postbiotic activity of these strains. So we kill the bacteria, and the effect is still there. So it is probably a mixture of direct immunological modulation in the gut system, the gut-associated lymphatic tissue, and secreting product of these strains. What we can see is actually that the effect is when you contaminate or populate mother before a baby is born, she is infecting the child and children with the good probiotic bacteria. So this system is actually very active. Every time you are using antibiotics, you do a total annihilation of your microbiota. But if you are using Hieradophilus with it, it should prevent pathogenic bacteria like Clostridia, saturation of and colonization of gastrointestinal tract. So because the data are still generating a lot of scientific knowledge, we think we will branch this product through the also postbiotic application of these strains. The application of the product for veterinary health is also extremely important, because when piglets are born, they are getting antibiotics just as a growth factor. This is how they call them. So European Union a few years ago banned, not limited, but banned antibiotic use and misuse. This is actually a misuse, even though before there was a windows of opportunity to use them at the very earlier age, because the degradation and currents will be okay until you use this meat for it. But what we did, we generated resistant stock of bacteria in the food that we eat. And you know, we are not that different from the animals that we eat. And until we find some other way to generate cheap proteins, we need to try not to use antibiotics in the food chain, because at the end of the food chain, it is us.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Gwen, thank you for making closer all your strategy and outlook in the future. I have to share that our director was shaking his hand affirmatively all the time. And since he's quite big, all the row was going up and down. We tend to be innovative company. Definitely we already have a good relation and started some projects. What I'm interested in is something that you mentioned as your priority into the strategy lines and success factors is innovation. Nowadays, being innovative is not an easy task, by the way, and we all tend to be innovative. Maybe in a short few sentences, what is your magic for being innovative, or what are your tools and ideas, maybe a little bit more precisely, the strategy, how you tend to be innovative in the future?
Excuse me, just introduce yourself, please.
Please?
Introduce the company from here.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah. My name is Alexander Ivanov, Springwell. We are a company in Serbia, developing and marketing of supplements, superfoods, medical devices, etc., as well as present in Bosnia, in Montenegro, in Macedonia, with a very strong tendency to become a global present company.
Thank you for your question.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the question. It's an excellent question. And you are not trying, you are the innovative company. We, through our interaction, this is clear as a sky. So actually it's a very difficult task. And the reason why we are needed is exactly the way how Phytonet is trying to be flexible in understanding the needs of the company for which we are developing a product. So the best situation would be if a marketing department has a very proactive and innovative people, usually at least one person in the top line of the marketing department of the companies that we are talking to has a clear idea what would be the perfect product in a particular segment. So they see, and this is actually the question that we are asking, did you find an opportunity? Is there something that scratches you when you see the products on the shelf of the pharmacy? And they say, yes, if I would have a product consisting of this, but not this is a wrong ingredient in the product, I could sell this easily or I can change the market scope. So when we identify such person and such team of people, it's easy that we guide them through the process of, sometimes they have, it's very important, as everything in life, if you have false expectation, it ends up in a problem. If it's even in a marriage, if you want to live in a village and your wife likes to go to live in the city, false expectation leads to a huge problem later on. So what we agree, when they sometimes have unrealistic expectation. For example, when they count up, it's 15 grams of ingredient, only 1 capsule a day. Of course, this is not possible. So then we steer the needs and requests, and they are helping us, and then one hand is shaking another, and slowly we got to a position where we are formulating the product. So then Phytonet is fast in producing samples. They are choosing taste, texture profile, dispersibility, easy swallowing. Every detail is important, and then we are launching a product. It takes from 3 to 9 months, this process, if we have a good cooperation with our partner company. And even then, the success rate on the market is somewhere between 70 and 80%. We still are sometimes wrong. And it's okay to be wrong. We correct ourselves next year in another run, but this dance with the marketing department of the companies is very, very, very important. We are trying to be a translator between the demands of marketing and capability of production in the companies that we talk to, because marketing department insists on 10 different products right now, as soon as possible, and then they test the market and tweak up the market and play a symphony on the market. But the R&D would like to have 1 product in 3 years. This is not possible. So this is where Phytonet jump in. We try to be like a clutch, between brake and the gas. It's not very pleasant situation in the beginning, but once the cars are rolling and moving, you can get a tremendous speed on the highway, of course. So the dance and communication with our partners is a tool that we have to connect excellent ingredients and final products that are successful on the market.
Any other questions?
Once again, thank you so much.
Thank you for your questions. Thank you, Dr. Pavlovic. We are continuing, but if you have further questions or are interested in potential collaborations, please connect with IMGGE, IBISS, and Phytonet during the one-on-one meetings that I mentioned before. Next, we have Mr. Per René, CEO of Clasado. Mr. Per René is deeply involved in expanding the scientific portfolio of prebiotics ingredient by Immuno and enhancing Clasado global profile. His presentation by Immuno prebiotics, a solution for microbiome health, will highlight the importance of prebiotics in supporting microbiome health and Clasado advancement in this field. As you see, Immuno is here. Luckily, no one took it. Here you are.
Let's see if I can find it. Oh. Yes. Well, first of all, thank you very much for having us here today. Thank you very much to Phytonet and the team to allow us to come here and present today. And thank you very much to all of you to take the time out of your busy schedules to be here today. And hopefully I can deliver some content of interest to you. Just a little bit of background, I'm a food scientist, so I have an excellent team behind me that actually does all the scientific development. And I'll try to give you an overview of, not that, clearly. Better. So basically what I want to cover today is a security alert that I cannot see on the screen here. No? Doesn't want to come on? I can't see that on the screen. So I can't see the security alert.
Yeah, okay.
No, you can't see it from there. Hopefully, we're not feeding any viruses. We're only supposed to feed the good gut bacteria. Is that the experts are playing now?
Sorry for this.
Or you might need to do enable content as well.
Yes, let's check.
Might be the reason.
This thing is making a problem.
Yeah, I need to enable the content because there's an embedded file in it.
That's the problem.
And also talk a little bit about the prebiotic market, some about our science, keep that a bit top level because we'll have the afternoon as an opportunity for a couple of hours to meet up and talk in a bit more detail, but also point a little towards where could innovation go with our product. And in that innovation, of course, clearly we have Phytonet as an important partner for that. But let me start by talking about Clasado. So Clasado has actually existed almost 20 years. And as a business, we focused almost 15 years on developing science until somebody actually realized maybe we should also actually go out and commercialize. So we did that in the beginning of 19. We started go out commercializing in the industry. And the product that we developed is a prebiotic, and it's a galacto-oligosaccharide. And some of you might know galacto-oligosaccharides, also abbreviated as GOS, from infant formulas, infant food. But where we came from almost 24 years ago when the science started was actually that what if we actually isolated an enzyme from a human bifidobacteria that actually utilizes GOS in the microbiome? If we could actually isolate that, could we then actually use that enzyme to actually produce a GOS that would be more recognizable by the gut bacteria? So that was the hypothesis that we started with. And it actually turned out that that is the case. So we've actually created a GOS prebiotic that is uniquely different in its structural composition versus those you find in the market for infant nutrition. And one of the parameters is that we feed bifidobacteria significantly different than you would find the infant GOS, so to a higher level. Most of our research and development has been conducted out of the UK, but to show a little about the scientific pedigree and background. So over the last 20 years, we worked with a plethora of universities around the world. And this is just a snapshot of 20 years of research. There's also some of our commercial partnerships with Probi, which I'll speak to a bit later. But also we have engaged ourselves in the advancement of prebiotic science. So we've been a member of ISAP for almost 20 years. We are at the board of Global Prebiotic Association, and we are also members and board members of ILSI. I don't know if you're familiar with ILSI, but that's a European collaboration between academia and industry. And the reason we are active in all those associations is that we want to play a part in actually evolving the prebiotic space, both from a scientific perspective, but also from an industry and a consumer understanding perspective as well. So why prebiotics at the moment? Well, if you look at the global supplement market, in 2022, that was estimated about short of $180 billion globally. And the prebiotic market at that time was estimated just short of $7 billion. But the predictions for the future is a growth for the global the supplement market to have a compounded annual growth rate of about 9.1%, whereas the prebiotic category in itself is actually predicted a growth rate of more than 15% a year towards 2030. So the trend and the understanding of prebiotics amongst consumers is growing very rapidly. And as I say, prebiotic is the place to be now. The time for prebiotic is now. And I think one of the differentiations between pre and pro and other actives for the gut microbiome comes from the fact that we are nutrient, or as we sometimes say, we are fertilizer for the good bacteria you already have in your gut. And most of you, are sure, are familiar with the gut microbiome, and that we are almost, if not more, bacteria and fungi and yeast in and around our bodies. So the philosophical question always becomes, what actually makes us human if more of us is not human? But one of the things that I always wonder is that when I'll talk a bit about the science, we sometimes get the questions, why is it that we've looked into so many different areas and it is only one product, and how can it has an effect on so many things? Well, for me, it comes back to a very simple thing, is we do one thing and one thing only. We improve the gut microbiome, and there's a lot of effects that comes from that, because essentially we are what we eat, and what you eat and drink fuels every cell of your body. So can you actually start to improve the gut, the engine that actually drives the rest of your body? In my view, you cannot not have a positive effect on many things, on human health, overall health. And I'll speak a little bit more to that. A little bragging rights, background in sales, I need to have bragging rights. So over the years, we won quite a number of awards as prebiotic ingredients of the year, both in the US and Europe, finalists for Asia as well. But in the UK market, we also have a consumer product, which you've seen here. And again, there we won numerous awards also in the UK market for our supplement. But more on to what is BioimmunoGOS. As I said, it's a combination of different carbohydrates. So GOS is not one thing. GOS tends to be a combination of carbohydrate groups from DP2 up until about DP8 or 9. When you come to the higher DPs, you tend to get less and less content. And one of the things that differentiates BioimmunoGOS versus other GOSes that are available in the market is the linkages that we have. So our GOS has a predominant 1,3 linkages, which the enzyme in bifidobacteria has a preference for, where you would find other, what we call generic GOSes in the market. They have predominance of 1,4 and 1,6 linkages, and therefore will feed other bacteria. And sometimes they will actually feed bacteria more indiscriminately and not necessarily get a targeted effect. The 4 area that we focused on is gastrointestinal health, and both immune defense and also immune health. In the later years, we've also looked at the effect by actually improving your gut and your immune system. What would that actually have in terms of cognitive effects? And also what we've seen, the reduction of inflammation markers in the brain as well. As we've been around for 20 years, sorry, we've done an immense amount of science. So we have today more than 124 publications out there, and including that more than 24 clinical trials. And we've looked at quite a number of areas, and I'm only going to mention the headlines. So prebiotic activity, back in the day, 20 years ago, bifidogenic effect, prebiotic effect was, of course, what everybody was looking at. So we have a lot of study of that, not something that we're looking that much at anymore. I think we have sufficient effect. And we've shown really good results in IBS and IBD. And one of the effects we generally see in GI health is reduced bloating, flatulence, and abdominal pain. We've also done studies in combination with the FODMAP diet, where we also saw the same effects, so less pain, less bloating, and also less flatulence. The effects we've seen in immune systems is in elderly, overweight, asthmatics. We've also looked at traveler's diarrhea, which is one of our bigger studies, and I'll come back to some more detail on that. And also metabolic syndrome as well, in terms of people with overweight. What effect does it have on reducing lipids in the blood, but also what effect does it have on insulin as well. Brain health has been conducted in kids as well with autism, but we also had a study with Oxford University with individuals with psychosis, where we saw improvements in their social behavior and some of the mood scores that are used for that. And then in the later years, one of the things we've found over the last 5 years is that when you go out there to the industry and start telling them about the science, a lot of companies tend to be active in certain fields and different fields. And they would say, well, how does that actually translate to my specific customer group? How does that translate to an elderly group? How does that translate to athletes? So an area we've looked into over the later years is actually athletes. And if the technique would support me, I have a little video I want to show you a bit later. But what we saw there is actually a significant reduction in upper respiratory infections in professional athletes, but also a shortening of the period where athletes was ill. So we didn't necessarily have the ability to avoid them getting ill, but when they got ill, the duration was shorter. And one of the studies in elite athletes, we actually showed a 24% reduction in the time that the professional athletes were ill. That was with the Professional Rugby Cup in the UK, London Irish. It was the longest study because we did that for a whole season, so over a 6-month period. And when you come to professional athletes, in that perspective, 24% reduction time off training makes a big difference. But if you start thinking about that in a bigger picture, can you do that for elderly? Can you do that for the population in general? If you can start reducing people being off with colds and virus infections by 24%, that's a huge societal cost that actually can be saved if you can do that. Going a little bit into the science, and again, as I said, I'm not a microbiologist or by any means. But what we see in our studies, as I said, is that we reduce abdominal pain associated with GI discomfort. Also that we decrease the bloating and abdominal pain. Less gas formation in the gut as well. And generally, one thing that always comes out in our studies, we try to always have the quality of life questionnaires in there as well. And there's a lot of people that when they struggle with their gut, they tend to be anxious about when they go out, when they need to do activities. So just the mere fact that you can actually improve people's gut health and also regularity and transit times, that actually gives people a much better feeling of life and reduces their anxiety. Coming into to immune defense, what we've seen in one of our studies, which was in traveler's diarrhea, was that we could actually reduce the incidences of traveler diarrhea. And the mechanics that we saw in that study was that parts of the structure that we have in our immunoGOS actually adhere to the LPS receptors in the gut lining. And that's basically where the pathogen, the bacteria, has a preference to adhere. So the fact that one could easily say, you take up the parking spot, so there's less possibility for pathogen bacteria to actually adhere to your gut lining, and more of it is actually flushed out when you go to the toilet. So that's one effect. The other effect is, of course, the growth of bifidobacteria, good bacteria, which actually outcompetes the harmful bacteria as well. So that's one of the studies we've seen there. But also in the studies in athletes with asthmatics as well, in upper respiratory infections, what we see is actually an effect on the immune markers that we have. And going into that in terms of the immune health, we see a positive impact on systemic inflammation, where we increase the anti-inflammatory markers, but also that we reduce the pro-inflammatory markers as well in there. And one of so we've both done clinical trials, but of course we also do in vitro. And what we've seen when we do cell work on the immune cell that we've isolated for the gut lining is actually that our structure also has a positive effect on the immune cell itself without any bacteria present. So that's an area that we are pursuing at the moment with some universities to do much more work on that. And what we also saw is that there was an improvement in the mucosal layer in the gut lining as well. And the cells around the tight junctions actually tightens up and actually reduces leaky gut as well. So that there's a number of effects that we've seen over the years. And of course, I can only keep it reasonably top line because, well, 124 studies, that's a lot of work to actually condense. On the cognitive health side, as I said, we've seen the reduction of anxiety and stress. The stress markers we've seen actually in saliva samples. So there's a good correlation between the stress markers in saliva and also in athletes in terms of how quickly they actually recover. So in the study with the professional athletes, we actually saw within 24 hours a significant reduction in the stress markers in their saliva samples, which basically, at least for the athletes, give them an indication that their body is actually recovering quicker after extreme exercise in that. One thing that we saw with children, so we have not done a lot of studies in children, we've actually always focused on adult nutrition. But what we saw in autistic children was actually an improvement in their social skills there. And we've actually had a couple of the parents that was part, or the kids that was part of that study, where parents insisted after the fact to be able to buy the product from us because they still see that effect for their kids, that it improves their quality of life and also their behaviors. And you can say, well, why would that be? We don't have all the answers to that. There's a lot of things that we see is happening that is not directly linked to the mechanism of bimunal GOS. So one example would be butyrate. So we actually see a significant higher production of butyrate when you take bimunal GOS, also again compared to any other GOSes that you'll find in the market, and also inulin and phos. But the bacteria that we predominantly feed do not produce butyrate. So therefore, the fact that we produce more bifidobacteria, some lactobacilli, but predominantly bifidobacteria, has a cross-feeding effect to the bacteria in your gut that actually produces butyrate. We also see a lowering of pH to a significantly larger extent than we see with other prebiotics. And that has shown good effects in vitro in terms of improving vitamin and mineral absorption. Which again has led us to that we now are in a study with Bath University, again with professional athletes, where we are looking at the full spectrum of vitamin and mineral absorption, but also macronutrients. And with that, because we were lucky to get a grant as well from the UK government, we've also had the opportunity to actually have a group of elderly in there as well. Because what we think is that a lot of the things we find in athletes and active consumers in terms of improving gut health, potentially improving nutrient absorption, if you have a good nutrient absorption, what does that do to your muscle health, etc. That is also applicable to elderly. It's also applicable in a hospital environment as well. So therefore we do find these correlation between athletes, sports nutrition, active consumers, and an elderly population, that a lot of that science actually goes hand in hand for us. And coming into sports nutrition, I've already covered some of it. That I said, we're shortening the periods of upper respiratory infections. And also what we saw was the exercise-induced bronchitis, or bronchitis restrictions with sports people that had asthma, where they're quite often doing exercise could actually exaggerate their asthmas. There we saw a very good effect on actually keeping that at a much lower level if they had Bimuno as part of their nutritional intervention. Before I kind of want to go on and see if the technique would allow me, one of the areas that we look for us as a future, so that's literally just kind of pointing out where prebiotics can go, and I don't think necessarily just our prebiotic, because I think with prebiotics, yes, we feed the bacteria, we improve your gut health, but what is actually possible with other actives in combination with prebiotics, if you actually fertilize and improve your gut health, what positive effects could we potentially see by actually combining prebiotics with other actives? Can you see better benefits of those actives? And a good example there would be symbiotics, which I'll mention a little bit about as well. So in combination with certain bacterial strain, do we actually see synergy? But I don't necessarily think that synergies would be restricted just to probiotics. I think it can be to a lot of different actives as well. And we do see that in the market where we are. That is actually possible in different formulations. So I'll take the chance on this one, and we'll see if it actually works from a presentation mode. It might not. The intention here is actually, sometimes it's actually better to let the investigating professors that actually lead the studies to actually talk about the studies and actually explain what studies they conducted and the outcomes they actually had with their own words rather than ours. But I might need to jump out of presentation mode. Nope. I can't get that to run, the embedded file. So, okay. I might show it later then, in the last 2 hours. Terribly sorry about that. But it's basically the professor of Neil Williams of Nottingham Trent University that conducted a number of studies for us in professional athletes, where he explains the outcomes. But it's also on YouTube, so I can also share that at a later stage. So what's the differentiation between Bimuno and other prebiotics and also probiotics? Well, as you all know, probiotics are live organisms. Prebiotics are not. Prebiotics are the nutrients that feed bacteria. And where we are different between that and other prebiotics is our dosage level. So we have one of the lowest efficacious dosage level that has been scientifically substantiated amongst prebiotics. And certainly amongst GOS. We're very stable, so the product itself is heat stable. It's stable to pH as well. So therefore it makes it actually incredibly easy and versatile to actually put into formulations. So what's the value proposition behind Bimuno? Well, we have a comprehensive science behind the product. And for those who are active in a lot of markets, we also have today 84 health claims in different jurisdictions around the world. Example is Australia. There we actually have unbelievably 29 health claims in the Phytonet category. And we'll come into TGA registration at the beginning of next year. In the US, we can give access to more than 22 structure functional health claims. Canada, we have 10 health claims in the natural health products category. Of all places, we have 11 health claims in Colombia. But that's actually a good regulatory stepping stone into Latin America as well. We do have a health claim in Turkey. We have one there as well. We have some in the Philippines. And the way we work as a business is that everything we do is based on science. And after science, we look at the different markets for regulatory approvals where there is none for GOS. But then now next is actually, can we obtain health claims in different territories based on our science? Because we know that makes it easier for all our customers and also Phytonet's end customers to basically translate the scientific benefit that the product actually brings to your consumers by actually utilizing the health claims that we can provide. So that is something that we continue to build on, and is a very important pillar for us So the product is GRAS approved, it's approved in the EU as well, and as I said, around the world we've taken the journey. In 2019 we were commercializing in 6 countries. Today we are commercializing in 15 countries, and by end of next year we have regulatory approvals and will be commercializing in 30 countries next year. So that's the path we've taken over the last 5 years in our commercial strategy. So for those who might be interested, that's mainly for the UK market. Our consumer product is actually Informed Sport certified because since 2012 we have supplied the Team GB teams, so our athletes at the Olympics, both the cycling team, the athletic team, the rowing team. We've been sponsored for a few years there as well. But also a lot of professional teams are buying it. So the cycling team Team Ineos is a regular user of this when they go into competition and travel abroad. Team Uno X, we just had a women's cycling team that trialed it and now will take it as well. So we see generally that that a lot of sports teams, especially traveling around the world for sports events, would like to use it because it actually reduces their incidences of gut infections when they travel. So that's one of the reasons why it's Informed Sports. So to kind of summarize the NPD opportunities, and I can look over Phytonet because that's where they could be helpful. We, an ingredients manufacturer, we of course look at science, we look at different actives where we think there is a logical collaboration between our prebiotic and other actives, but we are not a formulator. And that's why we need partnerships like Phytonet that can help us actually develop different formulation into final products, also in different dosage forms. And if you look at the demographics, bifidobacteria is important to you throughout your whole life. As a child, it helps in the early days of establishing your microbiome. As you grow older, it's good for your immune system to the middle age. But also as you get old, there's a natural decline in bifidobacteria as well, which also has an effect on your immune system. So therefore, to actually stimulate the growth of bifidobacteria, it actually becomes important throughout your whole life. There will be a benefit for you by doing that. And because of the versatility of the product, but I would always say that there might be dosage formats that cannot be done. But in terms of applications, we today have not come across an application yet where this cannot be applied into. And today we are in supplements, we are in yogurts, we do actually be in infant products, although that's not our focus. Functional beverages we're in, and I'll show a few slides just to do that. Sports, protein, in sports we're in as well. So it's really, really versatile. You can put it in, for that matter, in baked goods. I know you guys are not in baked goods, because it's heat stable, it doesn't change. Personally, I normally put it in my coffee in the morning, because it solubilizes in the coffee, but it doesn't break down. And it hardly has any sweetness to it. It's probably about 20% sweetness of sugar. So therefore, again, it's easy to apply. If anything else, what we get from sports protein bars and sports products in general is that they actually like that tiny little sweetness that it actually brings to their product. I think because of that, it ideally lends itself to partnerships as well. So we had the great pleasure last year together with Probi, and I know Mia is going to be speaking a bit later for Probi. But we looked at the science with Probi that they had on some of their lead strains, and also could we actually create products that would be synergistic in line with the ISAT definition for symbiotics. And with them we created 2 concepts. So for immune health, we created a combination with their Probi Defendum, where under the ISAT definition, we saw synergistic effect. For gut health, we developed Bimuno combined with their Probi Digestis, so their 299V, and there we actually saw complementary effects, so that both ingredients still maintains its activity. There is no negative activity by combining them. Something that those who are familiar with probiotics and especially the US market, the more the merrier. So in the US you might see, I used to deal with a company that had 15 strain in one of their products, and I think they had, I don't know, 80 billion or 100 billion in there. But studies have never been conducted will those strains at those levels where they actually start to outcompete each other rather than actually benefit. So we thought it was very important in this collaboration with Probi to actually provide some scientific evidence behind it that this actually has a symbiotic effect to combine those. I have a few more slides. I will not bore you with them because those become a little bit too detailed. But what I wanted to the end just to show you, what I do sometimes is showing samples from the market, but I'm well aware of that. I would never show samples to you from the market that we're operating in. So I've taken some samples from the US and from Asia as examples. So how could you put it in? So back in 2020, we launched prebiotic gummies with Procter & Gamble in the US market. So again, to show that GOS works really, really well in a gummy format. And there we've, depending on the manufacturing facility, this is based on our syrup, because you can basically replace a big part of the glucose that you normally would use and end up with the same solid level in terms of producing your gummies. Nestle Health Science in the US as well, in capsule format there. And you can see they lead with our brand on front of pack to make sure the consumer understands the relationship to the science that we bring. And they also put the claims that you have, so I'll just go back. So if you see here, Procter & Gamble gives the claims that we have on abdominal discomfort, gas, and also bloating on pack. Here they talk about the gut health improvements as well. And interestingly enough, 2 years ago, we developed this product with a US company called Medtrition. And that is a product that has medical foods approval, 510K, in the US market, and is used for enteral nutrition. So it's a product when people come into the ICU in hospitals in the US, and if they put on enteral nutrition, almost 70% actually gets diarrhea from the enteral nutrition. And this product has been developed actually to counter diarrhea in the ICU if patients are put on enteral nutrition. So a product that is also now starting to be developed in the European market. To show other areas, leaning more into the food space, this is a kids product. You might know the little fruit pouches for kids, where you get different fruit purees. So this is actually developed together with Novonesis, one of their companies they acquired in the US, Microbiome Labs. So that is a product that is given to kids as part of their daily fruit consumption, but also with prebiotics. Weight management, that's in the Australian market. And why would you put it into weight management? Well, a lot of the weight management products are calorie restricted. They're basically made on highly refined ingredients. And quite often what you see in people that are on weight management diets is that the microbiome diversity gets significantly restricted. So the main argument here is actually to keep that diversity and make sure that you keep actually growing the bifidobacteria even whilst you're on a restricted calorie diet. Our own consumer product from the UK market, which as so many other biotech companies originally was developed as a shop window example to the industry, but has actually turned into a really nice business for us in the UK market. That's from Taiwan, also symbiotics in the Taiwanese market. And this one we actually launched at VitaFoods this year, functional beverages. So this is actually sparkling water as a symbiotic with a probiotic strain from Probi and our GOS. And one can, of course, ask themselves, why would you actually take a milk-derived ingredient, a milk-derived prebiotic, and put it into water? It's quite unusual, also from a consumer concept. But the company we're working with here looked at it and said, you know what? Yes, there will be customers out there that are not used to find a milk ingredients in a water beverage. So clearly we need to make sure that it's visible on pack. But the health benefits significantly outweigh the communication disadvantage that this company feels that there is to have a milk ingredient in a water. So we see that happening more and more also in sports ready-to-drink products as well, but also coming into the dairy industry now, ready-to-drink dairy products. So with that, I will conclude my presentations. And if there are any questions now or later, you can ask me or my colleague Annika, that is also here today.
Thank you.
Sorry?
Would you like to try a video?
I don't think we have time for the video now, do we?
Sorry?
The video. It's, we don't no.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions.
That's okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. René. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions. But as I said before, if you would like to explore how bioimmuno could fit into your products or need further information, please speak with Clasado and Phytonet during the one-on-one meetings. I would have to remind politely next speakers that the expected time for each presentation is 15 minutes. So we need that time for questions, so please speak in 15 minutes. Our next speaker is Ms. Mia Huginius, Sales Director for Europe, Middle East and Africa at Probi AB. Probi is well known for its innovative probiotic solutions. Ms. Mia Huginius will present on probiotic solutions for trending consumers' health benefits, showing how Probi addresses emerging health needs and provides a competitive edge for your brand. Let's give a great welcome to Ms. Mia Huginius.
Dear audience, partners, and friends also, it's wonderful to be somewhere where you make new friends. I love that. Thank you to Phytonet for inviting us. It's an honor to be here, and it's an honor to meet and network with all of you. So my presentation will be a brief overview of our company, what we do, and also a brief overview of some of the innovative areas where we have our research in probiotics. Briefly about our company, we're a specialized probiotic company, that's all we do, with several solutions for different health areas. We're a publicly traded company based in Sweden, with global operations in Europe, in the US, here in Europe mainly with partners to innovate and formulate with our ingredients such as Phytonet. So how it all started, to me this is important to tell the story of where we come from. We're not a dairy company who kind of slipped into the trend of probiotics. Our company was founded about 30 years ago by gastroenterologists. They were in the clinic, they were in the Lund University Hospital, a hospital in the south of Sweden. They had access to wonderful facilities, of course all the pharmaceuticals they needed, and also the good surgeons themselves. And still they did not always see the quick recovery or the results that they wished in their patients. So they started looking at this. We have all the antibiotics, the operation was successful. Could it be that we prepare and clean the patient inside and out too much? So what they did was, back in the day, not a lot of probiotic research had been done. They started to look into the difference of healthy individuals, which at the time were themselves, and the less healthy, their patients. So what they did was take a large number of biopsies and samples to really identify if there is a difference in the gut microbiota, which of course there was. And that is how it all started. Some of the strains were isolated, and since then we have been investing in clinical science and other types of research focusing on a specific cohort of these strains that we know are beneficial to human health. So today we are a full-service company. In the US, we have our own fermentation capabilities. So when we go into a new health area or keep investing in existing health areas, we do have all the in-house capabilities for research and development, from preclinical testing, and then also the development where sometimes we lead, or together with the CRO, the clinical trials. That is so important to us to really prove the health benefit of our solutions. Then we go into, of course, the very complex processes. We have some other colleagues from the industry here today who can attest. Growing the bacteria is like growing individuals. They are all very different, and they require a lot of different treatments to grow successfully, to become an ingredient that you can use, trust, and know it's viable and effective. So all of this process is done, and then what comes out is a raw material or an ingredient that we are so proud of offering to partners like Phytonet, so they can innovate, integrate into your products, and help people live healthier lives. So I would like to go into a quick overview of the key areas where we are active in research. And I'm echoing, I know it's not necessary in this room, I know science is at heart for everyone, but I'm echoing what Per said about standards of clinical trials. Whenever we invest in research, we do it well-powered for the outcomes we look for. We do it randomized, etc., when necessary. If it's subjective or objective measures, obviously we also do double-blinded and state-of-the-art clinical trials. So today I will cover 4 concepts. Either standalone probiotic strains. More isn't always merrier, but we have a lot of good effects also with standalone strains, or consortium or multi-strain, 2 or 3 strains together, where they each contribute and have all been tested together in the clinical trial for the benefits. So I will cover women's health as an area, women's health and family health today. Women's health, where we see obviously everything from pregnancy, prenatal health, mother and child, and also going into menopause, where we have solutions that can go into brands focusing on these benefits as well. So starting with ProbioOsteo, this is a combination of 3 proprietary strains. They are patented and they are extensively researched, both standalone, but like I said, also together in the final format in a clinical trial. This is one of the more innovative areas for probiotics. I think it's still the single solution out there if you want to add a probiotic with health benefits within bone health. We know that with menopause, moving into the 40s and 50s for all women, there is a very rapid loss of bone mass. It happens, and we can try to mitigate with vitamins or calcium, obviously, but what if we could just stop this rapid loss and kind of delay that process? So what we did was look at almost 250 healthy women in menopause or just after, and look at them. We followed them for 1 year. The duration was 12 months. We hoped and thought that would be enough to see really some changes when we looked at bone mineral content, bone mineral density. And it was. We followed these otherwise healthy women. One group placebo obviously controlled, the other group with the active ProbioOsteo. And what we could see after only 1 year was really a reduction of the loss. So 78% less loss of bone mass compared to the untreated group. So that is really something that we find, they're very awesome numbers, and we're also following up this with the second clinical trial at the same size, same duration. Because what we really see here that is fantastic, we can not stop time, the loss will happen, but we know we can push it out in time and we can delay the health issues. So we can bring a longer, stronger quality of life to women. And moving into for the family, we know also the women are consumers in many instances of the supplements. They are the buyers and they buy it for their family. And of course, with family health comes also your children first and immunity and keeping your family healthy. We know that 90% of the population looks for, and especially that was even more so during and after the pandemic, we know that they look for products that can enhance natural immunity, keep us healthy, so we don't have to become ill. And like the research done with by Immuno-Gauss, we have tested this in different populations, both in children and adults, and for different target applications. So with more than 1,700 subjects in total in different clinical trials, we have seen that this combination of strains, 2 strains tested together in clinical trials, can actually support this immune system. It has immunomodulating properties, so we can see a priming of both the adaptive and the innate immune system to fight off viral infections, where the results were decreased incidence, duration, and symptoms. So if you caught a viral infection, so a common cold, we could see that the active group compared to the placebo caught less infections, but if they did, they were recovering much quicker and also feeling less sick. So coming back again, if we can make people stay at work or go to school and not miss out on these days, that is also a benefit to the whole family and the society. What is also interesting, we try to as well integrate, let's say, quality of life or subjective questions into our clinical trials to really see if there is a perceived effect. Did I feel better? And usually with these kind of products where you try not to get sick, it's preventive. It's not maybe as obvious to find yeah, I know I got much healthier. But when we asked from one of the clinical trials, we asked the participants to, of course, look back. Before the randomization was, and the blinded code was broken, we asked them, did you feel this had an effect? Did you feel better during the cold season, or did you feel you got less sick, or how did you feel? And actually, even though they did not know what group, we have pretty amazing results where 70% of the individuals in the active group felt a difference, that they felt healthier and they didn't get sick, they didn't have to stay home as much as the placebo group. So this is also something where we are proud, where it is really truly innovative to present products and solutions where people feel the effect. It creates, of course, number one, a healthier life, but also it creates loyalty to the product and to the brand. So staying in the area of immunity, where the Probidefendum probiotic strains have an effect on viral infections, we also have a partnership with Bliss Technologies in New Zealand, where we grow the Bliss strains for them. So the Bliss strains are extensively clinically researched as well in different areas, but mostly for immunity, upper respiratory tract health, and oral health. So where these bacteria have a different mode of action, they have to colonize the oral cavity. So for example, a chewable tablet is perfect, and they can then exert their effects locally. So they have an inhibitive effect on bacterial infections, which makes it a good match as well to combine these two concepts to have a dual action type of solution. The Bliss K12 strain is extensively researched to, like I said, maintain oral health, also ear health and upper respiratory tract health with less bacterial infections in a number of clinical studies. So going back to the female population, Probiferosorb is a one-strain concept. This is really interesting because according to the World Health Organization, iron deficiency is really the #1 nutritional deficiency in the world. And not only in developing countries, but also here in Europe and all over. And this has, of course, it's a problem mainly for us women. It has to do, of course, with the monthly cycles, also going into pregnancy, where the need for iron in the body is increasing, and it's very difficult to absorb enough as a human to compensate for this. So what we did was look into, can we naturally help the body to absorb more iron? Can we actually, we know iron supplements can be taken. A lot of that is not being absorbed. It just travels through the body. It causes side effects. I think all women here who ever had some iron supplements know about the side effects. So we thought, can we introduce a natural solution to where the body can absorb more iron? Because that is the key, either from your food or from an iron supplement. So today we have at least 7 clinical trials in 100% female populations for this concept, where several of them are looking at actual absorption of the iron into the blood. So very objective measure, where we could see in a capsule format, so a traditional supplement format, with 1 capsule a day, we could increase the iron absorption by 23%. So this is shown in 5 clinical trials in female populations in childbearing age. What we also have conducted are 2 additional studies. One is in pregnant women. Actually, there are 2 published in pregnant women, where we see an increased support to not drop in ferritin levels. So this means in practice, because when you're pregnant, that is usually the first time someone looks at your iron levels and you are automatically put on high iron supplementation. So what we see here with the resistance of ferritin levels and to drop and a sustained iron status is we can help these women by not having to take maybe iron supplementation at all, or start later in the pregnancy, or not have as high dose as they usually should have. So, and also in a study in athletes, women athletes, we saw the same type of pattern. Obviously, we did not expect anything else, but we also looked into some of the subjective measures where, of course, as we know, iron being important for oxygen transportation and strength in the body, we asked participants who also reported a increased feeling of vigor, so they felt more energetic, and that is also something where you feel the effect when you take this product. So with this very brief overview of a select few of our solutions, I say thank you so much, and I look forward to questions now or during the one-on-one meetings.
Thank you, Ms. Mia Hogenius, for that insightful presentation on ProBeast Probiotics solution. As I said before, we don't have much time, so if you are interested in integrating ProBeast solutions into your product or have any questions, feel free to ask during the one-on-one meetings with ProBeast and Phytonet. Next up, we have Mr. Rodolf Henk, Business Development Director for Europe, Middle East and Africa at PLT Health Solutions. Mr. Henk will present on PLT innovative solution for mobility support, weight management and mental health. Mr. Henk will share insights from new clinical studies and proven effectiveness of PLT branded ingredients. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Henk.
Presentation? This is your presentation. Okay. Just a second. Oh. Oh, I'll try it again. No. Okay. Yes? Okay. That's it.
So, thank you for having me with you today. Thank you for Phytonet team and everyone there. So I'm going to present you PLT Health and our key ingredients. Can you hear me? Yes. So PLT Health company, it's very innovation focused. This company has a long-term history. It's 75 years history. So we are selling globally across different platforms with different key brands. And our key focus is really innovation. So we scan the herbal extract, Ayurvedic medicine, and we try to create innovative concepts which deliver great claims and great consumer benefits. So we have more than 200 clinical trials, and we have additional more than 20 in the pipe for the next years. So we've been recognized last year as the best suppliers in the US because we have launched 5 clinical trials in the same time for weight management, respiratory, joint health, immunity, and cognitive. We work with well-known brands across the globe, so in different sales channels from FDM, pharmacy, MLM, direct to consumer. So we are very used to work with those brands to design the clinicals for the end consumer expectation. Our key focus is the consumer experience. So as I said to you, we are very worked in collaboration with brands to understand the consumer insights, what is the demand, and then we generate specific formula and ingredients for those brands. So our key USP is really the small dosage efficacies in the short term versus, of course, placebo. We have randomized double-blind control studies. We are also very focusing on sustainability and transparency. So today I'm going to focus on Aproflex, which is one of the leading ingredients for joint health. The key attribute for this ingredient is a short-term benefit efficacy in a low dosage, 100 milligram with 5 days efficacies. And now we've also studies on a 6 months time, the cartilage preservation and cartilage protection. And we have some tremendous result on that. So, as I mentioned to you, sustainability is key for us. So we've been audited by different companies in India, these ingredients coming from India, which prove the harvesting, the process of extractions, everything, it's based on a sustainability model. Aproflex, it's a Boswellia serrata, standardized AKBA. For those who don't know what is Boswellia serrata, it's a gum resin coming from the trees. These trees is called Frankenstein's trees coming from Indian area. It's a protected area where we do the harvest. There is Boswellia on the market, some generic Boswellia, some standardized Boswellia to boswellic acid. Ours, it's standardized, it's efficient, proven by clinicals, and it's standardized to AKBA 20%. So we know the market of mobility, joint health, there's commodity, a lot of ingredients such glucosamine with high dosage. And we come with a specialty ingredients with the lowest dosage on the market with a short-term efficacy. Doesn't mean this ingredient has to be sold on its own. It can be combined with collagen, with eggshell membrane, with glucosamine, and etc. So the mechanism of action, it's, I'm sure you know, it definitely inhibits the enzyme of inflammation and the cartilage breakdown. We have published 3 clinicals so far to really prove and outlines the short-term benefits. So all the validated outcome measure, WOMAC, VS, and Lichen, as a proven validated outcome measure internationally. And for the 2 last studies, we've proved the 5 days short-term efficacies versus placebo. So, of course, of the details of those studies we can talk about and through during the meeting session, but we have demonstrated also the superior bioavailability, superior anti-inflammatory, and superior chondroprotection, which has enabled us and the brands across all these years to claim on their packaging short-term benefits, of course, the joint comfort and mobility, and overall improvement in terms of joint health. So, having done these 3 studies and powering the biggest brands in this market, these biggest brands wanted to know more. What else if I continue to take Aproflex for a long period of time? So we have done 6-month studies and really with different outcome measures, not only the pain questionnaire, but also the functional tests, walking on the flat surface, climbing the stairs. We spent a lot of money also on MRI to really understand the joint space and the thickness and the volume for each piece of the cartilage, different part of the bone. And again, we studied the biomarkers of cartilage breakdown and inflammation. So it was a 6-month study, randomized, double-blind, controlled placebo, 80 subjects, middle-aged people, healthy with mild to moderate osteoarthritis issues. I'm going to go quickly on that, but the results are significant and very interesting also to show you. So for the WOMAC test, we have also the WOMAC stiffness, WOMAC function and pain, but the WOMAC total score, we've seen an improvement by 71%. And it was significant, of course, for every steps versus placebo. And you can see there is no plateau. We've done the same for the VS questionnaires, up to 66% improvement in terms of joint pain. And the same is true for the LFI. So interestingly enough, there is no plateau. As much you take Aproflex, as better you feel. So we've demonstrated the short-term efficacy, but also the long-term benefits for the pain, and then I will show you also the cartilage protection. So people who took Aproflex were able to walk 82 meters further, when the placebo group improved by 13 meters. So it's a huge improvement for the day-to-day life. Same is true for climbing the stairs, 5 seconds faster compared to baseline, when placebo improved by 1.6 seconds. In terms of MRI, it was Aproflex group slightly improved the joint space when placebo group decreased. So less joint space, more inflammation. So we wanted also to check from different parts of the bones the thickness and the volumes of the cartilage. After 6 months, again, we slightly maintain the thickness of the cartilage versus placebo decrease. Same was true for the volumes. So all the details are available. This study will be published next year. We also did, it has an impact, on the cartilage breakdowns. So those markers have been a reduction of their activities, and same was true for the inflammation. So all in all, it's an holistic approach for the mobility and the joint health. Reduction of pain by 70%, improvements of functionality. You walk further, you walk faster. We've checked also the MRI, which really showed the maintenance and the protection of the cartilage. And at the end, also the enzyme, we've seen the reduction of the inflammation and the cartilage breakdown. We have the abstract, and the posters are ready to share with an NDA. It will be, as I say, to be published next year. We have a lot of claims registered. This is an example with Health Canada and the new claims for help to maintain cartilage thickness and volumes for the population that we studied. Elsevier also have published this year a meta-analysis on different boswellia. They've scanned the market and 9 clinicals against our boswellia, and Aflapin, Aflaplex, which is another trademark, have shown the superiority of our data. The scientific team are used to benchmark our ingredients with other ingredients with clinicals. The way how they benchmark, when it's black, the area it's not studied. When it's red, it's not statistically significant result. When it's orange, sometimes it's mixed, it's only against baseline and not placebo. And when it's green, it's statistically significant result against placebo. So you can see we have a clear, holistic approach on this category. We have a low, kind of the lowest dosage on the market, but with a short-term efficacy. So moving on to more the commercial piece on that, we are used to work with disruptive and innovative companies. Our ingredients fit in different formats, different caps and tabs, gummies, sachet. This is an example from the UK, Get Nourished. It's a 7-layer gummies. That's what we want, and we are proud to work with Phytonet because we've seen their production site, their capability to innovate, and our strong ingredient with strong science definitely fits perfectly with the innovation concept that Phytonet can offer to you. So in terms of success story, our trademark ingredient science are well known across the world. We have a lot of publication, a lot of PR. We have a global footprint. As I said to you, the company has 75 years history, but we work with big brands across the world. In Europe, a couple of examples, working with Solgar, a Nestlé brand, top left. Bottom right, Artresans, which is #1 brand in Poland. USP is Zdrowi, #2 pharma company over there, and then a couple of other key brands. The brands from Poland, it's an example. Our gum resin, it's also fitting in a sachet, water dispersible with collagen. It's a kind of good formula, or eggshell membrane. One of our biggest success and longevity, it's a Nestlé brand. Osteobiflex, leadership position for 16 years. The core key raw materials, Apreflex, so-called also 5-leucine advanced, it's part of their range, and they built this range on these key ingredients, Apreflex, with Apreflex plus glucosamine, plus chondroitin, plus vitamin, and so on. So huge success. It's not only about marketing investment, it's because it works. And it works so well that we own the shelf in the US, and we're also doing D2C business. And with these ingredients in your brands, you will see a lot of benefits for your consumers, and they will talk about it. You will have the viral marketing. This is an example with Amazon. You cannot see it, but it's good comments, rates, and reviews on Amazon. We have seen this shift from this pharma company and this food company moving to more natural ingredients and food supplements. We also partnering with Helon. Helon has a natural platform now for their pain relief. You know all their brands, Voltaren, Centrum, and Panadol. Panadol, which is a pain relief, it's a drug. Now they've launched the Pananatra range, which is a natural pain relief. We've just launched with them last year in Australia, the joint pain relief. It was a huge success. I mean, they've changed target group, female 35 plus, which is the kind of consumer group that everyone's target there. This is the woman who buy for the whole entire family. We've got also other success story when, of course, in the US you can claim on the packaging 5 days pain relief. Couple of examples. We also working with pets, with horses, dogs, and cats. We mixed our ingredients with collagen with different ingredients and working with biggest brand in the US, but also across the world. So, kind of summarizing, Apreflex is a unique proposal, 100 milligram, which fits perfectly with any kind of formulation, 5 days pain relief. We have a lot of preclinicals and clinicals, and now we are kind of the only one who have proven the cartilage preservation and protection in 6 months. Just for you, tease you for the next hours meetings. This is our platform for growth for the future. So our key focus is definitely women health, men health, and healthy aging. We are already very strong in joint health and weight management, but we are now also going to focus on microbiome and eyes health, etc. So for Europe, we are focusing on joint health, as I just mentioned, weight management, cognitive and restorative sleep. I don't have so much time, so I just have one slide for each ingredient to go quick. Weight management, which is a combination of curcuma, moringa, and moringa, 900 milligram a day. It's #1 in US, Brazil, and Australia. It can fit protein shake, meal replacements, or caps and tabs. We have a very strong position in different markets because we were able to prove after 16 weeks versus placebo a loss of weight up to 6 kg or 12 pounds. We also reduce the BMIs, hips and waist reduction, but also we have a great impact on the lipids, HDL, VAS. It's a non-stimulant. We also have a study which shows burn calories at rest up to 15%. So it's a very interesting product which works. And we are number one in Norway too. So that's an interesting one. Another one we've launched last year at VitaFood. It's a complex performance for cognitive. It's a terminal Shibboleth and Boswellia. And we have 2 validated outcome measures, which are kind of Alzheimer tests used with a very strong outcomes in different areas. Learning capacity, immediate, delayed, and proactive. And also we've managed to improve the speed and accuracy in the same time. So it's something that also I can share with you. And the latest one, it's an interesting concept. It's in the sleep category. It's not falling in sleep. It's wake up, refresh. It's why we sleep. We sleep to be ready for the day, old, ready for your weight management, ready for your beauty, ready for your learnings. So that's Boswellia again and ginger. We have a lot of improvement just after 7 days. So that category is a very interesting one because it's paired with different categories: beauty, weight management, skincare, bones, etc. So I'm just finished, and to conclude that solid science is great. I mean, it's build consumer attention, build the trust, and reinforce your brand equity. So let's partner together with Phytonet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hang, for your comprehensive presentation on innovative solutions for mobility support, weight management, and mental health. We will have time for questions later. If you're interested in exploring PLT health solutions and how they can fit into your products, please reach out during the one-on-one meetings with PLT Health Solutions and Phytonet. One more presentation is planned for this session, but we are going to hear it after lunch break. So I would like to thank you all for your engaging presentations and discussions on these innovative, science-backed natural ingredients. We've explored a range of groundbreaking solutions today, from canberol to bioimmuno, probiotic solutions, PLT health solutions, and we are going to hear about Ahiflower later. Each presentation has offered valuable perspectives on how these ingredients can enhance health and wellness. We will now break for lunch until 2 p.m., but maybe we will need more time, we'll see. Please use this time to enjoy your meal, network, and reflect on today's discussion. We are looking forward to see you back in the conference room at 2 to 15 to 30. We're going to see, but please be sharp. We are going to inform you about getting back here. Thank you very much for your attention and being here. See you later.
Quando ne è costato? Okay, we can do that. Yeah, we can do that.
It's easy, fast.
Just put the HDMI on and it's on.
Yeah, that's it. So I will use my laptop.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Like that. No, yeah.
Do you need maybe a pointer? With like this one mic or the free one? The hand one? If you're going to move...
No, I will use a pointer.
Oh, okay. But for the mic?
For the mic, no, I will stay here and use the pointer like that.
Okay.
So it's not...
So you don't know, the laser don't work on LED screens.
Ah.
It won't point because it's light.
Yeah, I see LED, that stuff.
So I can give you microphone, hand microphone, so you can move like and point your finger.
Yeah, you can leave the microphone. It's not my presentation. It's Benjamin. It will be.
Okay.
Yeah, I will use my laptop and a microphone here in case I want to move.
Okay. Can we please put your presentation on this laptop, please?
And how?
I will give you next time.
Yes. Where is it?
Here. Hey, look, where is the one?
On my way.
Perfect.
So for my presentation, do I just advance?
Actually, you speak with the Valencian, you speak rice out. The standard paella in Catalonia, for Valencian, it's like, oh, no, that's not paella, that's rice with beans.
Welcome back. Please take your seats. We are going to actually continue. I hope you had a refreshing lunch, had quality time and some productive networking. And now it's time to continue, actually finish second session of this conference. And we now have Dr. Greg Crumberford, Vice President of Science and Regulatory at Nature Crops International. Dr. Crumberford will be presenting on Achiflower Complete Omega Wellness from One Extraordinary Plant. He will explain how Achiflower stands out as a sustainable source of omega-3s and its approval as a novel food in both in the US and EU. Let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Greg Crumberford.
Is this your?
Yeah, that's me. Hello, thank you. I want to start by thanking the Phytonet team for curating these amazing, innovative ingredients, bringing this whole event together. It's very special. My wife and I flew from 9 time zones away to come to this, and we're very pleased to be here. So thank you all. I think this is shifting the center of gravity of nutraceutical production in Europe. And it's really exciting to be part of this, and grateful that ahi flour gets to be part of this. So yeah, just some context. We've been hearing about gut microbiome. We heard about some joint health modulation. Now we're shifting to omega-3s. Omega-3s, of course, every cell in our body requires omega-3 to function properly for cell signaling, for inflammation response, for structural aspects. And yet, of course, the Western diet does not contain enough of them. And so for more than 30 years, there's been a whole body of evidence supporting cardiovascular, joint, brain type benefits of omega-3s. But at the same time, there's real sustainability concerns around the dominant form that omega-3s are given, which is through fish oil. There have been major supply chain disruptions. How many people here are coming from a brand, a consumer-facing brand? Okay, so yeah, maybe 8 or 10. And some of you may also be coming from other kinds of parts of the industry. Well, this part of the industry is really noticing that its consumers are changing their perceptions. So as it happens, ahi flour is a new ingredient in this space. It obtained EU novel food status less than 10 years ago. And what I'm going to share with you is I think, a very paradigm-shifting way that humans can gain the benefits of omega-3. So Nature's Crops International, we're US headquartered, but our origins are in the UK. So this is what an ahi flour crop looks like at sunset. And our company is specialized. We're vertically integrated in the production of specialty oilseed crops and the oils that come from them. And ahi flour is our dietary flagship crop. So what we focus on is future-proofing the plant-based specialty oil supply. We work directly with our growers. We supply exclusive varieties, so all of the ahi flour crops are PVP patented varieties that took many years of patient horticultural and agronomic development to convert from what was really a kind of spindly weed that would rather not grow into a mature crop that has the same kinds of yields as other competitive oilseed crops. We're very minimal in terms of our inputs. We have no glyphosate is applied, so that's addressing a real consumer concern around seed oils. We're certified non-genetically modified. We use regenerative agricultural practices, so everything that we do is about building soil health. The same gut biodiversity that we're seeking to have in our bodies, we're also trying to promote into the earth, into the soils. We only use expeller pressing, so there are no solvent extractions involved in the production of ahi flour oil. And because we are vertically integrated, we're not subject to the kinds of volatility, geopolitical risk, supply chain disruptions. That doesn't happen with ahi flour. It's grown in the UK. Presently, it's processed at our own facility in eastern Canada, in Prince Edward Island, and then it's distributed out to partners like Phytonet, where it's then turned into many different forms. I have a little table outside that shows lots of different dosing forms that ahi flour is in presently in the marketplace, and I know Phytonet is going to be a very powerful innovator in terms of presenting similar kinds of dosing forms in these markets here. So we say we manage the cleanest, greenest, and most transparent supply chain for omegas in both nutritional and personal care, cosmetics industry. And so what is ahi flour? What makes this so unique? That's what the flower looks like up close. Each flower produces 4 little seeds, and the seeds become the source of the oil, much like many other seed oils you're probably familiar with, like evening primrose or flax. But ahi flower is the richest and most complete and balanced omega-369 compositionally in the world. It's got the richest combined stearidonic acid. So this is the omega-3 that our bodies naturally make from precursor ALA onward to EPA and DHA. So it's the richest dietary source of that. Plus, it's a good source of gamma-linolenic acid, which some of you probably are familiar with because of oils like borage or evening primrose. So ahi flower kind of combines benefits of those. And all of the research that has been done to date, over 11 peer-reviewed publications so far, are really rooted in this unique combination of stearidonic acid and gamma-linolenic acid. It's the only omega source that's coming from a regeneratively farmed base that's fully traceable and inherently scalable. It's grown as an annual crop, so it can be scaled very rapidly. And we believe we're the only B Corp certified producer in the omega-3 space. In terms of its sensory properties, which of course are one of the things that consumers latch onto, is the taste, and how omega-3s oftentimes have challenges in formulation and dosing forms. Ahi flower is very mild, clean tasting. It's inherently more oxidatively stable because of its fatty acid composition. So you'll see some delivery type examples. All in all, the most complete and balanced omega, with benefits actually beyond fish oil. All of that, I have a detailed scientific presentation, and I'm not giving that. I'm going to talk about those things in the one-on-one sessions. But what it all boils down to, with the research coming from research partners like the University of Toronto, the University of Southampton, is these three consumer-facing wellness categories: look well, feel well, and move well. And we have different sort of silos of data that support things like immune function, healthy inflammatory response. And it's all being driven now by this recognition that ahi flower upregulates interleukin-10 in the body. So it helps to quell the so-called cytokine storm naturally in the body. It's been shown in humans and in mice. It's also now recognized as a functional prebiotic. So for some of the same things that were talked about earlier today, ahi flower is through a gut microbiome mediated pathway linked to its stearidonic acid content, forming anti-inflammatory GI tract responses. So there's some interesting combinations there, I think. So I'll leave it at that. As well as the kinds of support that are related to upregulation of EPA for cardiovascular support. So comparable, recognized now in peer-reviewed literature reviews as comparable to the effects and benefits of fish oil, but from a regeneratively farmed plant. Also in the movement category, so joint health and wellness, we have good evidence of actually superior effects against things like rheumatoid arthritis symptoms as fish oil. So that plus it is actually a good source of omega-3 ALA. So in Europe and in the North American jurisdictions, you get ALA nutrient content claims as well with ahi flower. So we're meeting consumer needs because we're getting beyond this kind of confusion around the alphabet soup of omega-3s, but we're also getting beyond concern around things like purity, efficacy, sustainability. These are things that are rising in consumer awareness, particularly among younger consumers, millennials and Gen Z. And then it also gets beyond, there's oftentimes challenges around taste issues with algal. So ahi flower gets beyond those concerns, but also the evidence is all showing that ahi flower upregulates EPA efficiently. In our trials, it's doing this. One trial recently, it was tripling EPA in just 20 days. as well as efficiently biosynthesizing DHA into key tissues, matching that of a fish-based DHA in terms of formation of DHA in the brain and the liver. Plus, you're getting the comparable GLA benefits to evening primrose oil. In total, it's boosting more omega-3s, so that the diversity of omega-3s than either fish or algal oil. And it's forming more anti-inflammatory oxylipins than you would get from either EPA or EPA DHA sources. Consumers really do care about eco-sustainability now. This is a really, this is a rising fact. So we've done studies where 2/3 of consumers, if you say complete and balanced omega, and they know that it's from a sustainable source, 2/3 of consumers say, yeah, that's what I want. So Ahiflower can make your brands, or the brands that you sell through to, really a champion for both eco-sustainability and climate resilience. And it generally just cuts through a lot of the confusion, because consumers do get bogged down with, well, how much do I have to have of this or that in terms of EPA and DHA, whereas with Ahiflower, the science shows that it enriches the body with as much EPA and DHA as and when needed. So this is a bit of a paradigm shift, but I know that the Phytonet team really understands that and is working with that. So it's the complete omega source that your consumers can trust, not only now, but long into the future, when dwindling fish-based supplies are not going to be there. Why is SDA so important? It's because it really challenges the accepted science that's been going on now for about 50 years. Ahiflower raises EPA, as I said, and it's efficiently forming DHA. Metabolically, we're learning that rising DHA levels, that's the body's way of signaling, I don't have any other way to use it. I have to just keep it in the circulating blood because my tissues are replete. And now, most recently in a study published in June, DHA is now being shown to inhibit the whole ALA through DHA biosynthesis pathway. So if you can avoid that, that's also a good thing, while maintaining liver, adipose, and brain DHA. Even the makers of the omega-3 index are acknowledging this in a recent article that came out from OmegaQuant in July, that the omega-3 index may not be the most appropriate test of Ahiflower's contribution to overall omega health and wellness. So consumers get this, complete and balanced. Thousands are right now, or maybe even tens of thousands, but millions could be, and that's where the opportunity lies with Ahiflower. There's, out on the table, like I said, there's a bunch of different delivery formats. Ahiflower is suitable in food preparations as well as supplement preparations. I've got good examples so we can talk through those. Ahiflower does also combine. We have commercial offerings with Ahiflower plus small amounts of DHA when the milligrams of DHA are required to be shown. And you can make it a hero ingredient. You can call it out. Your brand partners can call it out, or you can just have it as a functional carrier. And it's being used that way in the marketplace. It's a functional carrier for things like cannabinoids or astaxanthin or different things. So you can think creatively about how to work with Ahiflower in various dosing forms. And so really, with Ahiflower is this new era, we hope, of future-proofing omega-3 supplies and obtaining those omega-3 benefits beyond fish oil. So hopefully you will find ways to partner with Phytonet and do something really impactful in omega nutrition. And I'm happy to, I know we're pressed for time, so I'm happy to meet with anyone in the one-on-one sessions. I don't know if you want to allow for one question or, okay. So
feel free to ask Dr. Crumford whatever you like. Just first introduce yourself with your name and company, please.
Or not.
We'll come to the one-to-one.
Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Cromberford, for that enlightening presentation on ahi flour, the most complete and balanced omega-3, 6, 9 fatty acids from a plant source. And now it is time to dive into part 3 of our conference called Accelerating Development with Technological Innovation. In this segment, we'll explore how to speed up your product development through technological advancements. Sorry. Before we begin, here are a few reminders. Timing. Each presentation will last about 15 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for a Q&A session. Questions. We encourage you to ask questions. We'll address as many as possible during the Q&A sessions after each presentation. Online participants can use the chat or Q&A function to ask questions or share comments. If you haven't scheduled one-on-one meeting with our speakers yet, you can arrange them during breaks at the registration desk outside this hall. Now, let's get started. Our first speaker is Dr. Lidija Đokić from Institute of Molecular Genetics and Genetic Engineering, IMGGE. Dr. Đokić is the head of Technology Transfer Sector at IMGGE, where she supports researchers through all stages of technology transfer and commercialization process. Today, she will present on Candberol from research to innovation, focusing on new approaches in antifungal treatments. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Lidija Đokić. The stage is yours.
Good day to you all. It really is a great pleasure to be here. It is also a good opportunity to, let's say, meet the scientists with the industry. I'm having right now very big stage fright because I've never spoken in front of such a big audience of representatives from the industry. Thank you. And it is known that us scientists are a bit autistic. We have a different language, so if you don't understand, interrupt me or ask at the end of the presentation. So, as I was very well introduced, I am a scientist by choice. I am an innovator by chance and by a lot of effort, and I'm also head of the technology transfer sector by, let's say, I don't know, is it a prize or is it a punishment? So I cannot switch to... Okay. I just want to introduce the Institute of Molecular Genetics. The Institute has a 38 years old experience in doing molecular biology, either with microorganisms, plants, or humans. But we also recognize the importance of innovations. And we've been doing the knowledge and technology transfer outside of the frame which was put it in the 2016. So the story with real knowledge and technology transfer starts in 2016, where the sector for technology transfer was funded. So the sector for technology transfer is consisting of all scientists, of course. And the scientists, we have 4 members, which are core scientists that are doing all the job. And we, in total, have around 18 to 20 members, which are, let's say, trainees that are helping us. So, it's not working. What is technology transfer? As you all know, It is a bridge between the science and the industry. So the inventions from the science are brought to the market. And that's where the technology transfer sector steps up. We are doing the innovation management. We are writing the innovation strategy. Idea generations are doing the scientists, and we are doing all other steps. These are all the innovations that come from our science. It can be product innovation, technological innovation, process innovation, and also service innovation. So right now I'm going to go to the main star of today's presentation, which is Canberol. Canberol is a lozenge, which is a food supplement that is intended to be used as the auxiliary agent with the standard therapy for oral candidiasis. Why is it, what is that Canberol is different from other supplements on the market? Besides that it is efficient in elimination of candida, which is backed by our research, it has a different mechanism of action, which makes candida less pathogenic and more sensitive to antifungal drugs. So I'm going to tell a story on this product. And it started in 2018 when we got innovation voucher, when we were approached by the Phytonet, which is already a collaborator with the Institute, for the testing of delphinol, which is a natural extract from chili and maqui berry. And the idea behind this was to test its potential as the topical application in protection against UV radiation. After that, we got a bigger project from the Innovation Fund, which was a matching grant. And then we filed for the national patent. And after that, the product was placed on the market, and we applied for PCT patent, after which we published a paper in the journal. So this sounds like a story book example of innovation, but actually it wasn't that easy. We made a lot of mistakes from our side because we were not that into innovations, but now we know that everything has to be backed by contracts and etc. So the innovation voucher, as I told you, was the team of the innovation voucher was this, and we were working with already tested ingredient, which was standardized extract, which was completely safe, backed by the report, and it already had some health claims like it reduces the blood sugar and cholesterol, it has anti-inflammatory effects, reduces oxidative stress, and helps against eye dryness. Also, something that wasn't scientifically backed was skin brightening, and there are a lot of products on the market which claim, like face masks, which claim that are skin brighteners with maqui berry extracts. So the innovation voucher was a project from the Innovation Fund. It's a contracted research, and the extracts would put through the battery of screening in our laboratory. I'm not going to go into details, but what we got was that it wasn't effective. It didn't it didn't have effect on melanin, it didn't have antimicrobial activity, but what was supported by our research and backed by some reports, it wasn't toxic. So what does the scientist do when has negative results? And it is the greatest fear of all scientists. So he does everything to prove that something is working on something. And that is how we came to the discovery that this extract has effect on Candida albicans, which interferes with Candida filamentation. And why is this so important? The pathogens are always almost always in the form of biofilms. They're not alone. So the biofilm is hard to treat, and the standard therapies, antifungals, antibiotics are not working, and we need new strategies. So one of the new strategies is to interfere with bacterial communication or the virulence factors, and this extract interferes with filamentation, which is a virulence factor, making Candida more susceptible to standard antifungal therapy. Okay, so let's move to the, after we got these results, we had a meeting with colleagues from the Phytonet, and we decided to apply for the matching grant, which is also a project from Innovation Fund, but big project, up to 360,000 euros. And we got that grant during the pandemic, so it was a bit hard working on that. So I'm just going to introduce you with the concept of the project and the beautiful team behind the Canberra product. Those are researchers from the IMGGE, then the Phytonet colleagues from the Phytonet, which were working on the development of the product. And there is also production of the product in Phytonet facilities, and at the end we got to the sales. But at the beginning it was mostly back and forth between IMGG and Phytonet to make the best product, which means the optimal composition of the lozenges, which are most effective against Candida, which we proved in vitro studies against Candida and also in vivo studies on infected zebrafish embryos. We didn't stop there because we had money on the matching grant. We also did a post-marketing clinical study at the Faculty of Medicine and Dentistry. And the results were very encouraging, although they were happening also during pandemics, and we had a lot of trouble to find the patients. Also, the problem was with that the patients needed to take the supplements at home, so we could not we, but the people from Faculty of Dentistry could not control the consumption of the Canberra. But we had enough results to conclude that the Canberra is effective. It's more efficient when combined with standard antifungal therapy than antifungals alone. It does not disturb the normal oral microflora, which is very important, and it has a long-lasting effect. It didn't the infections were not recurring even after 60 days. After that, we did the IP protection. IMGG had the foreground IP, which was the discovery of the effect of maquiberry extract. So the IP share was split in equal parts between Phytonet and IMGGE. We applied first for national patent and then for the PCT patent the next year. So right now, I think the patent application is in national phases in 6 countries. And that's it. I was given 10 minutes to speak, so I was very quick. Thank you for your attention. And if there are any questions, I will also leave this slide if someone wants to contact us.
Would you like to answer some questions?
Yeah, I said if there are any questions, but I'm also available after that. Okay. I already have scheduled meetings.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jokic. If Canberra could complete your portfolio, or if you're interested in exploring new market opportunities, feel free to discuss it further during the one-on-one meetings with IMGGE and Phytonet. Next, we are pleased to welcome Mr. Benjamin Beth, Nutraceutical Sales Manager at Wacker Chemi for the region of Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Wacker Chemi is a global leader in a chemical industry known for its technological advancements across various key sectors, including life science. Mr. Benjamin Beth will present on CavaQ10, Cavacurmin, Pure Natural L-cysteine, and Vegan L-cysteine, highlighting the innovative aspects and application of these high-quality nutraceuticals ingredients. Wacker Chemi expertise ensure these products meet the highest standards of efficacy and safety. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Beth. Sorry.
This? I'll let you. This one? Yes.
Just a second.
Thank you. So, full stomach, you're fine? Okay, so I'm going to introduce you in this third part technology from natural origin, which will potentialize other famous botanical extracts. Wacker Chemi, as you can hear it in the name, is a global German company focused on the chemistry, classical chemistry. I like to say it's a little BASF. But since 30 years, well, it's a 1 century old company, but since 30 years, they opened a new division called Biosolution, where they focus their work on producing from fermentation some compounds. So the so-called biotech division. So you can see that we have production sites in every region around the world, and we focus different applications, pharma. Yes, thank you. Pharma, food, dietary supplements. So today I'm here to introduce you the interest in the dietary supplement industry. I will introduce you the cyclodextrin technology through 2 concrete examples, one by complexing curcumin, the other one by complexing coenzyme Q10. And I will introduce you also L-cysteine produced by fermentation without any solvent, so completely natural, for a growing segment, the hair beauty. So let's start with the cyclodextrin. The brand name is Cavamax. We start from starch. To be frank, our factory is in USA, and on the other side of the street you have Cargill. So you know where the starch comes from. And we in a fermenter, we mix our starch, our long chain of glucose. We mix it with an enzyme produced by fermentation. And this enzyme will cut the chain of glucose to produce rings like that, the so-called cyclodextrin. And this 3-dimension picture is really interesting because you can see it's like a ring. So inside you can put something else. You can complex other molecules. The cyclodextrin, in fact, there are 3 types. If the ring is made of 6 glucoses, it's alpha cyclodextrin, 7 beta cyclodextrin, and most of you who went through scientific studies have heard about the beta cyclodextrin. At Wacker, we don't sell it in dietary supplement application. We only sell the alpha cyclodextrin, 6 glucoses, or the gamma cyclodextrin. Mainly, well, you will see the different added value, but look at here, the solubility in water. You start to think that if you complex a lipophilic compound inside the gamma cyclodextrin, you can use it for a liquid application, powder shakes, sticks, beverages. Then it becomes interesting for your creativity. And you need only water to combine the cyclodextrin and the lipophilic molecules in a water media. So you need water to let them both connect, and the guest has to be lipophilic. I heard DHA, so curcumin and coenzyme Q10 I will introduce you in a few seconds. Resveratrol. You see, most of the healthy molecules in dietary supplements are lipophilic. It's a chance for us. I really like this slide, which is an excellent summary of what you can do and why the cyclodextrin technology, beyond the fact that it's natural, from natural origin. Once you put inside the cyclodextrin famous healthy molecules, you can mask the bitterness. Most of the lipophilic molecules have a bad taste. Good example, ginseng. In Asia, a lot of clients use our cyclodextrin to mask the bitterness of ginseng. Increase of bioavailability, I will explain you further in the next slides. But you can transport into the gut your active molecule. Selective extraction, no interest in dietary supplement, but I can give you a concrete example. We have a client doing a cholesterol-free milk. So with the cyclodextrin, we remove the cholesterol from the milk. Reduction of volatility for flavor business. Instant water dispersion. We have competitors bringing increase of bioavailability, but most of them cannot say we also offer water dispersion. And why? I told you it's a ring of glucose. Glucose is water soluble. That's why you can make your complex water dispersible. And stabilization, it's a trend notably in gummies because cyclodextrin are thermally stable up to 200 degrees Celsius. So if you pasteurize or sterilize some sensitive vitamins, lipophilic vitamins, or some sensitive botanical extract, cyclodextrin can be of interest as well. So at Wacker, we have two ready-to-sell complexes, one with curcumin, one with CoQ10. The message will be the same for both. They are famous ingredients in the top 5 around the world. Every region has, every brand, most of the brands have a finished product with curcumin and or with CoQ10. But look, they are poorly soluble. They are soluble in lipids, but not in the stomach. They used to complex with fats. And in the gut, they come as a cluster, which means only a few molecules reach the blood. So to supply the body with a beneficial amount, you need large quantity. And what we're doing most of the brand in the past, the more the best. But both are super expensive ingredients. So the more the best has economical limits. We offer 15% loading curcumin and 20% loading coenzyme Q10. And the two complexes are named cava-curmin, cava-Q10. The big advantage, and why I'm talking about bioavailability or better assimilation, the compounds come one by one in the gut, not like a cluster. So you pay for what you get. It means that you will have no loss, almost no loss, and in the gut, your bile will open the ring of the cyclodextrin. That's why you pay for what you get. Scientifically speaking, if you compare our complex intake versus an intake of a pure coenzyme Q10, you see that quickly in time, you have a peak of absorption with our cyclodextrin technology. We did a calculation, we are 18 times more bioavailable. And it's published, of course. Same idea, I'm going to connect this scientific information with an economical aspect, because you are in the B2C system. And of course, you can be as creative as you want. At some point, you have a cost in use aspect. we take a daily dose of 200 milligram cava-Q10. I told you 20% loading CoQ10. So 200 milligram means you bring 40 milligram pure CoQ10 in the complex. Since we are 18 times more bioavailable, 40 times 18 means that in terms of quantity in the blood, 200 milligram of cava-Q10 is like taking 720 milligram of pure CoQ10. So one capsule is equal to 3 to 4 capsules. You see, I'm talking in quantity in the blood. You pay for what you get. Sorry to insist, but this is the best way to have your clients not buying only once your product, but 2 times, 3 times, and so on. Same idea with the curcumin. We compare the absorption versus other technologies. And you see, in 1 hour, you have a peak with our cyclodextrin. Everything is absorbed. Only 1 hour. When you take an anti-inflammatory molecule, on Saturday night, when you go out and you drink too much, you take paracetamol. You want the effect to be after 20 minutes or after 10 hours? Of course, you want it as fast as possible. You have here a natural technology. We will bring you everything, all the curcumin, in 1 hour. This is the fastest delivery system. And on the same principle, to connect science and economical aspects, example, 500 milligram per day cava-curcumin, 15% loading, so 15% of 500 means 75 milligram curcuminoids. Our study published shows that we are 40 times more bioavailable than a pure turmeric extract, 95%. So 75 times 40 in the blood, you will have the same amount of curcumin if you take 500 milligram of our complex or if you take 3 gram turmeric extract, 95%. It's huge. Thermally stable, up to 200 degrees Celsius. So pasteurization, sterilization, okay. You can make you can make processes with heat treatment. You can make gummies, capsules, tablets, of course. You can make shots, liquid shots. Here in Italy, they mix it with ginseng and ashwagandha. You can go, well, the two at the top were for energy, cardiovascular health, or also beauty with bamboo in Germany. For the curcumin and the anti-inflammatory world, Medex, a famous company in Slovenia, they use it for joint health. For sport nutrition, we have the largest brand in France selling online. They offer it in powder shake, and then you mix the cava-curcumin powder in your glass of water. Some sprays in Germany or liquids in USA. So you see, you have a unique formula. Nothing is secret. Everything is transparent. Vegan, halal, kasher, allergen-free, and produced under the food GMP standards. In terms of safety, the cyclodextrin are without any limit of dose. And it's not Wacker who say so, it's the World Health Organization. So long story short, it's fully safe. Clinical data in terms of bioavailability. It's a good way to differentiate your brand from a premium perspective. If you want to show you as a premium brand with premium ingredients, this is a good way. And to finish, I leave the technology wording and I go into a more classical approach. Beauty from within is super trendy around the world and notably in Europe since the COVID for different reasons. But the trend is clearly clean labeling, good for health, good for the planet. And it's a very, it's a very simple thing to promote. Your hair, my hair, your hair, 95% keratin composition. in this keratin, you have 17.5% L-cysteine, okay? So the more you will consume L-cysteine, the more you will produce keratin. Super simple. And we at Wacker are the only producer with a plant in Spain, so made in Europe, offering by fermentation in a fermentor a simple production without solvent. So it means that we are the only supplier of natural L-cysteine without any solvent at all. So super clean label, super natural. Of course, vegan, BSE-free, non-GMO, and usable in food supplements. Yes, as I said, the plant is in Spain. And you see, we feed the bacteria with glucose. The bacteria, they produce the L-cysteine, and we purify it. Super simple process. And what I wanted to show you is beauty from within is a global trend. And the main companies in Western Europe use it. Bayer, they sell in 42 countries around the world. Merz is the biggest brand in Germany. Cantabria Labs in Spain. Alco Pharma in France. Only the top brands, they use L-cysteine with vitamin B6, biotin, zinc. Both have health claims. And the L-cysteine for the structural or composition reason. You have a super cost in use formula for a super trendy application. I can only invite you to do the same. It should work. And for further information, I'm here today, and of course, Sam and his team are available for you. Thank you.
Thanks for your insights, Mr. Butt. If you have questions or wish to discuss potential applications and collaborations, please approach Mr. Butt during the one-on-one meeting with Wacker and Phytonet. Our next speaker is Mr. David Vallee, Commercial Director of Cercer Scientific, a company renowned enhancing health and longevity through advanced active ingredients. Mr. Vallee will present on pterovita cocrystal, revolutionary ingredient for anti-aging cosmetics and nutraceuticals. His talk will explore how pterostibulin, through Cercer's innovative formulations, offers significant health benefits and support cellular health, representing a breakthrough in anti-aging solutions. Please join us, and thank you for your presentation.
Bring
you a glass of water.
Just a second here. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. I hope you're not asleep. Food was quite abundant. I want to also thank Phytonet for this great event. I think we are probably making history. It is something that may help us develop new technology, network together, and give an answer to a real need in this part of Europe. And as we have to be brief, let me try to be as fast as possible. I ask forgiveness right now because my original presentation was 45 minutes and I have not practiced enough for a 15-minute presentation, but we'll try to do it. Okay, let me introduce Circe first. Circe started as a service company for the pharmaceutical industry, developing co-crystals. Okay, co-crystal is an alternative technology to change bioavailability, change stability, change any kind of physical-chemical property of an ingredient. And it is well established in pharmaceutical industry. Not so much in nutraceutical industry or in cosmetic industry, and that's where Circe, after being a service company for many years, decided to enter. We started to develop our own pipeline of products specifically for the nutraceutical industry and lately to the cosmetic industry. And here we found another team of people that started to team together with us that were experts in polyphenol combinations. They found some very interesting polyphenols that were not bioavailable and were teamed with us to look for the best solution to get the best ingredients and the maximum potential of both. So our chosen co-crystal was on pterostilbene. Probably the best polyphenol ever if you inject it. And it's not a solution for nutraceuticals. So here we had a very good opportunity to do a co-crystal. So pterostilbene is actually also known, the inky name will give you a big clue, is resveratrol dimethyl ether. It's another alternative to resveratrol. It's found almost in the same fruits and the same woods. It has also some other plants where it's naturally available. But it's really closely related to resveratrol. It's just a more lipophilic version of resveratrol. Resveratrol is already lipophilic, as we were shown in the previous presentation. So pterostilbene had some advantages in the sense that it has a longer half-life within the body, it penetrates tissues much better, and it had slightly better bioavailability than resveratrol, but both ingredients have very, very low bioavailability, and a solution was needed. Actually, you have a small clue of what we did. Another difference between resveratrol and pterostilbene was related to sirtuin activation. Sirtuin is the cellular pathway that activates in fasting. Okay, that's the anti-aging longevity pathway. Actually, it's one of the key ways to promote healthy aging. And resveratrol was quite famous as sirtuin activation, but not so good in the actual clinical results. That was a problem with bioavailability and dosing. Here we were giving the equivalent of 1 gram of resveratrol or 1 gram of pterostilbene, actually terovita, because pterostilbene was not soluble enough, during 1 week, and checked what happened to the, and in this case it was mice, to the mice after this 1 week of treatment to see, okay, do they have sirtuin activated? We got sirtuin activated with terovita. We didn't get sirtuin activated with resveratrol, and that was not what we expected, actually. So, how come we need to do a co-crystal of pterostilbene? Okay, pterostilbene is highly lipophilic, and it has very low dissolution in water and very slow dissolution in water. So this means that if you have no dissolution speed and no product already in solution, you are going to have very, very slow absorption, very, very little absorption. Even if you take a high dose, it actually will end up leaving the body unaltered. So it's not a product that you can solve the low bioavailability by increasing the dose. You will just shit it, by the mar word. It's not, so we needed to increase solubility and to increase a lot the solution speed so the gut media would have the product dissolved in a good rate. So we invented terovita. Terovita is a co-crystal of pterostilbene with picolinic acid. Picolinic acid is a tryptophan metabolite, natural in the human body, which enhances quite significantly pterostilbene's solubility and dissolution speed. And with that, we achieved this. An increase of 35-fold times the dissolution speed and 6-fold increase on the solubility. As you can see in the line below, that's pterostilbene. It has a maximum potential solution, dissolved amount. The gut media has so much water, and you cannot put more pterostilbene. Even if you put 6 grams, it will not work. So you need something that works, actually, and that would be Terobita. What happened? We did some bioequivalences, some pharmacokinetics in animals. This is actually the first pharmacokinetic we did in humans. This is something we did just before this summer. And we got, well, big difference with a small dose. Actually, here we want to repeat this test with higher doses because the difference is much, much higher the higher the dose, because you're reaching the limit of terrestrial and not reaching the limit of Terobita. But one thing that I want to say specifically, the 7.5-fold increase in maximum concentration and the speed where we reach this maximum concentration, it's critical for terrestrial or for Terobita, because terrestrial functionality is regarding initiating cellular pathways. And the signal for initiation of cellular pathways does not depend on a continuous concentration or quantity of product that you have along the time, but you need just one signal to activate it. And that's what we got. So what would Terobita work for? It does help in many other things because it's like the super polyphenol, but we are focusing on 3 big advantages that have a lot of applications. On one hand, it's the strongest sirtuin activator. As I said before, this is for longevity, this is for regulating the body, for restart of the cellular clock, many healthy things. And it works on top of fasting or substituting fasting. Both ways are going to be beneficial. Actually, I don't like fasting a lot, so Terobita is something that fits me very well. When I was saying it goes beyond antioxidants, it has a very strong antioxidant power, but it's not because it has a strong chemical antioxidant activity, but because it really interacts with the cellular pathways. On one hand, it activates the antioxidant self-defense of the cell, and also deactivates the way that the cell would defend from chemical antioxidants. That is very neat, because if you give somebody constantly some antioxidant treatment for healthy aging, eventually the body will adapt and it won't work. With Terobita, the body will not adapt so fast, so you will have a constant synergistic effect between the antioxidant and Terobita for a longer period of time. Also, it downregulates pro-inflammatory signal molecules, so also very, very interesting effect for pain, joint health. It has many other effects. We discovered and patented that it improved collagen production and protected from collagen degradation. Many things, but let's focus on 3. We don't have enough time. So, key health benefits from that. Mainly anti-aging. That's where in the US we're selling it for anti-aging business. It's really amazing the results and the feedback we're getting. It's an anti-inflammatory product. It's a neuroprotective product. Very, very good neuroprotective. Skin protection and regeneration. We were speaking before about beauty from within. It is really good. Being healthy and being young is beautiful. And here, what we are going to give you is not the appearance of health and youngness, but actual resetting of the clock. Sports performance, both athletic recovery and mitochondrial efficiency, antioxidant system, cardiovascular health, many, many benefits. So how can we show you that this works? Because one thing is bioavailability, the other one is clinical effects. Okay, in anti-aging, we cannot wait 60 years to tell you, okay, we are aging slowly. So we had to find something to imitate like 30, 50 years of aging in just one day. And this is something that you can do with ionic radiation. Actually, receiving a lethal dose of gamma radiation, it gives you the same physiopathology as aging, I don't know, 40, 50 years. You are giving you the same oxidative stress within the cell. You're going to destroy your how do you say, your cellular structures, it's quite equivalent, the type of damage that you're getting. So it was a way to represent the accumulated damage of age and see if we could do something about it. Of course, when we were doing this kind of testing, we had to work with a higher dose of product than what we would be giving in a healthy aging supplement. But what we got is that when irradiating mice with a lethal dose that was supposed to kill 50% in 30 days, 100% in 60 days, we tested that. Actually, our colleagues, the polyphenol experts, tested that with all polyphenols. And we discovered that one was allowing a significantly high number of mice to survive when given injected. It was trastevin. Terovita given orally in the same test was allow us to get 100% survival after 90 days. How we did that? Well, actually, when we checked on the mice, we saw that those mechanisms that I was explaining you before regarding sirtuin activation, NFR2, which would be the antioxidant pathways, NF-kappa beta, which would be anti-inflammatory pathways or pro-oxidant pathways, depending on where you go, were extremely activated and given a very strong response. And here what we have is a product that allows you to modulate the response regarding your needs. It's not going to give you a big antioxidant effect if you don't need it. But if you need it, it's going to be there. It's going to restore your cells. It's going to give you a reset on the clock, on the cellular clock, and it's really going to work. We did some additional testing in humans with radiation. In this case, it was for a medical application or OTC application where humans were undergoing radiotherapy for oncology. We're not going to treat cancer, but we wanted to help with the burns that the patients are having. And we did it. Actually, I'm not going to show you pictures because it's a little bit strong, but we had, and the clinical study is already finished, we have demonstrated that with Terovita, or with in a cream in this case, we could prevent radiation burns after 2 months exposure during the cancer treatment. Another application on the skin. Actually, Terovita improves collagen deposition in humans. This is an ex vivo skin model, and actually we're testing it against oral vitamin C, oral Terovita, topical vitamin C, and topical Terovita, and we improved on vitamin C in all fronts. It is pretty good regarding increasing collagen production, but also you can see here the skin was stressed, and the control group, I don't know if you're familiar with these kind of pictures, the fact that the control group has the skin like very widened and with the different dermis layers are separated, it means that the skin that's going to dry, wrinkle, break, while the other one is perfectly nice. The collagen production is even stimulated. The integrity of the skin is very well. So here we have some examples of what we can do on either beauty from within products or topical products. We have some additional, let's say, beauty results. We were able to decrease crow's wrinkles substantially, and also dark spots, because we created autophagial of, how do you say, senescent cells. So, how you formulate with Terovita? Right now, it is a very, very versatile product. It's a versatile ingredient. You can put it in powders, you can put it in beverages, you can put it in tablets. Actually, you can put it in chocolate. You can put it in all kind of pharmaceutical forms. Even it's already been formulated in gummies, and I hope to do that also with Phytonet, because it's a very good expertise that you have. With Phytonet, we did some very nice auto-dispersible sticks, with very good taste and also very interesting from the pharmacokinetic point of view because you avoid first-pass metabolism. In US, where we have been commercializing it for already a year and a half, it has a GRAS status, regionally recognized as safe. We have an ADI of 220 milligram. That would be the maximum allowed daily dose. But actually, with 25 milligrams, you're going to have a very good effect and over what's being done in clinical studies with terostibin. So I try to be fast, and I guess that's it. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Valet. It was really interesting. If you had questions about Pterovita co-crystal or want to explore potential applications, please connect with Mr. Valet during the one-on-one meetings. Our next speaker is Mr. Francesco Casamenti, Sales Manager at Pharmanutra, a company leading innovation with its patented sucrosomyl technology. This technology is a groundbreaking delivery system for minerals and vitamins. Mr. Casamenti will present on sucrosomyl technology patented delivery system for minerals and vitamins, explaining how this technology improves the bioavailability, tolerability, and absorption of essential nutrients. Welcome, Mr. Casamenti.
Can I help you? Yes. Can you tell me which this one?
Pharmanutra, the last one.
No? Oh, this one?
This one.
Okay. It's
All right. So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I thank Phytonet for this opportunity. As mentioned, my name is Francesco Casamenti. I'm the sales manager of the raw materials of the company. And I am going to show another delivery system, so I complete the range, but talking about, in this case, minerals and vitamins. That's what we are doing right now, but ideally, and I say ideally, but we are already studying that, it can also be applied to phytoextracts, for example, or other types of actives. Just a few information about us. We are Pharmanutra because we had a merger, but Pharmanutra is basically composed by 4 divisions, previously until July, 4 companies, and I am talking from Alesco, which is the company based on R&D and distribution of raw materials. We have Pharmanutra, which is today the leader in iron products in many countries. They distribute ingredients in 90 countries all over the world. And Unia Pharma, which is also involved in finished product for pediatrics targets. Lastly, Akern is the leader in bioimpedance analysis. Basically, they make analysis on the body composition of athletes. That's what they do. But Alesco, as you can see, was the very first company of the group previously, and our focus is R&D. Basically, we develop new technologies, we apply the technology to actives, and we study the technology, and also we distribute that, of course. Let's focus on the technology itself. The first thing I want to share with you is the fact that it is patented and registered, or our trademarks are registered. And it's very important because it gives the idea of unicity. Basically only Pharmanutra can offer the ingredients, and of course, our partners. Today, our portfolio is composed by minerals, specifically some sources of magnesium, calcium, zinc, selenium, iodine, chromium, and very, very recently we developed the first vitamins, such as vitamin D3, but we are also working on vitamin B12 and vitamin C, and they will be available hopefully within the end of the year. To talk about the technology, to understand how it works, I need to start off how it is composed by. So we have a sucrosomal matrix composed by mainly a phospholipid matrix and a sucrose matrix. The active is in the center, and those sucrosomal matrix and phospholipid matrix composed the sucrosomal matrix. There's also, in the ingredients, it's composed by also tricalcium phosphate, and it's not present in this presentation, but the excipient is pre-gelatinized rice starch. So basically, the technology is formed by a mix of ingredients, and that's the first unicity. And we have pre-gelatinized rice starch, which is the excipient. It's pre-gelatinized because this way it keeps the whole matrix being highly digestible. We have tricalcium phosphate used in sunflower lecithin, mainly in the phospholipid matrix, because it stabilizes the whole matrix. The phospholipid matrix, which is just a very slightly quantity, but the most unicity is given by sucrose esters of fatty acids. Why is that? Because of the last point, the fact that it is an absorption enhancer. There are several clinical studies, also in literature, that prove that basically sucrester improve the intestinal absorption. For this reason, this is the very key ingredients of our technology. So talking about what we can guarantee thanks to the technology are those 5 features. First one, gastroprotection. And we have a clinical study, actually preclinical study, showing the efficacy of sucrester, basically. So we have in the red line, okay, sorry, let me start from the beginning. So we simulated the gastric fluid with a pH of 1.2, basically. We went in to analyze in this specific environment how much free element was liberated. Basically, we wanted to analyze how much there was a deterioration of the matrix. The results with our sucrosomal active is the red line. As you can see, just a slight quantity of the active is liberated in the stomach. The green line is given by the same composition of our sucrosomal technology without sucrester. So basically, it's a sort of liposomal because it only contains a phospholipid matrix internally. And as you can see, in terms of gastroprotection, it cannot be as relevant as it is with ours. The gastroprotection takes to the second point, the reduction, the improvement of absorption, which is, of course, the most important point. So basically, the active passes in the stomach and it reaches the intestine or the areas where it needs to be absorbed. More than that. So we talked about gastroprotection, first point. Second point, this protection allows to the active to be absorbed through all the intestinal chain. So it has a longer time and a longer chain to be absorbed. And that's the second reason why there is this improvement of absorption. While usually, for example, actives such as calcium, magnesium are absorbed, the absorption is concentrated in duodenum, or for example, sodium in colon. So that's it. Third and most important, to explain why the technology allows to improvement of absorption is how it allows to the active to be absorbed. Every active, whatever it is, if it's a vitamin, a mineral, or whatever, is absorbed thanks to the presence of our technology through all 3 pathways. So, paracellular routes, transcellular routes, and M cells. To make it simple, we say that the technology allows to the active to be absorbed as it happens with fats. Okay? And it's very important because to understand why a higher quantity of the active passes directly to the bloodstream, we can say that it is because we bypass the saturation of the cells into absorbing those type of actives, such as minerals and vitamins. Another important point is the reduction of interaction, guaranteed by the technology. I always take into consideration, as an example, this product made by Bionique, a customer of ours. Basically, they used our zinc, so a mineral, in association with probiotics, like probiotics, Lactobacillus plantarum, rhamnosus, and reuteri, and vitamin D. As you know well, everybody knows well, it's very hard to associate minerals with some actives, such as probiotics, or also vitamins. What they proved is really that the population before and after the association with our zinc keeps being intact. And that's very, very important. We have one ongoing study, but it's not published, so we will have further updates even from, not for the finished product, but for our raw materials. And we always say that this technology is ideal for big formulation, but keeping the efficacy of all the ingredients inside. Last two features, mainly important for food application, but they avoid typical side effects, such as the laxative effect of magnesium, for example, and it assures a neutral taste to the active, always important for minerals specifically. To better understand the technology, I wanted to focalize on magnesium. Okay. First of all, we applied the technology to magnesium oxide. And the first question everybody does is, why did you apply to a magnesium oxide? That's easy, and it was clever, in my opinion, because it allows us to have a very high absorption, but at the same time, the fact that it is oxide, it allows us to have a very high concentration of the active, minimum 32, maximum 38%. This is the range. Of course, this technology guarantees also other features I didn't talk about, such as it's halal, it's kosher, free from food, etc. But it's ideal also for application where you require, in a small space, a high quantity of minerals, such as macroelements specifically. Always assures the maximum absorption. So talking about magnesium, we talk about improvement of absorption. We have clinical studies to prove that. The graphic has a comparison with a normal magnesium oxide, but let's concentrate on graphic B, which is more interesting given the time we have. We have a comparison study with a magnesium citrate and a magnesium bisglycinate. And what we saw is that even though those are two forms of two salts famous for their high viability, thanks to the technology, our sucrosomal magnesium oxide is more bioavailable. We have another clinical study published in comparison with epidolate. In this case, it's MAG2. And so on. We have other publications, but I'm not going too deeply on all of them because the time is limited. So in case I will be able to talk about that in details during the one-to-one meetings. We talk about magnesium oxide, but it's also interesting to know that we also apply the technology to a magnesium hydroxide, to a tricalcium phosphate, calcium carbonate, and to microelements. So a sodium selenite, zinc oxide, chromium picolinate, and sodium iodate. And lastly, the first vitamin, vitamin D3. We have other evidences. I would like to have a point just on vitamin D3. It was launched during VitaFoods, so very recently. It's very interesting because we launched that with a clinical study which show a comparison between our vitamin D3 absorbed as powder, so oral intake, in comparison with a chewable tablet and a soft gel. And that was very interesting because the results were huge. Basically, we compared 100% of vitamin D3 sucrosomal taken as powder to two delivery systems such as soft gel containing the same concentration, the same source of vitamin D3 in soft gel and tablets. After 2 weeks, we saw that in terms of improvement of absorption, we have a viability 60% higher compared to the soft gel and 106% higher compared to the chewable tablet. After 6 weeks, this percentage was even higher. So after 6 weeks, we saw an improved viability, 73% higher compared to the soft gel, and 116% higher compared to the chewable tablet. We didn't want to say that our ingredients need to be used as powders only. We expect an even higher viability if it's used in a mechanical delivery system such as a soft gel, of course. But what we wanted to prove is really the fact that it is a delivery system and it works, even as it is. In terms of application, right now there are more than 250, around 300 SKU around the world using our minerals. And we know that they are feasible in stick pens and sachets, tablets, soft gel, hard capsules, liquid application, and gummies, and of course for nutrition. We are just now stepping in the typical food application as well, so there will be a new incoming. So that's basically what we offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Casamenti, for your presentation. And if you are looking for minerals with the unique features or pharmaceuticals forms like tablets, capsules, or sachets, or any other, please connect with Mr. Casamenti and Phytonet during the one-on-one meetings, if you have any questions, of course. Thank you one more time. Thank you all for attending today's session on cutting-edge innovations in product development and manufacturing. We've explored a diverse range of topics from Achiflower canberol to Kava Q10 and Kava Curamine, natural L-cysteine and vegan L-cysteine, Pterovita cocrystal and sucrosomal technology. As we conclude this session, I invite you to continue these discussions in more personalized setting. We have one-on-one meetings scheduled when you can delve deeper into these topics and address specific questions or ideas. Additionally, we'll be hosting a networking cocktail during these meetings, an excellent opportunity to mingle, share insights, and build valuable connections in a relaxed environment. Thank you once again for your participation, both in person and online, and for your engaging contributions throughout the day. We look forward to continue these conversations and exploring new opportunities together. Please proceed to the designated areas for your individual discussions and enjoy the networking cocktail. Please forgive me if I made mistakes. I definitely need astaxanthin and glasses. And thank you for having me. It was really a pleasure to be here with you today. Have a wonderful rest of the day. We hope to see you soon again.